Let's maybe give everybody a couple more minutes just to get, we have a bunch of people.
Probably.
We're going to give, hey, everybody, thanks for joining us for this weekend session. So we're going to address this really obscure thing that nobody's really too aware of called abandonment. That is a joke. Everybody is dealing with abandonment on one level or another. A lot of times when I was doing work in the corporate setting, what people would refer to as they had high levels of stress was actually abandonment issues in the workplace. And so abandonment can be an issue regardless of it's in the workplace, in the family, even in your spiritual practice, you're dealing with abandonment. So the issue that is difficult with abandonment is a lot of times we look at it as a psychological issue when it is actually more physiological. You have physiological drives that try to make you fit in to situations, be it socially or within the family unit, within the work unit. And when this doesn't work, part of what happens is there's some agitation to try to motivate you to take action to be better at trying to fit in. You know, in nature, if you're in a group, it's much easier to survive if you're in that group rather than on your own. And so abandonment is tied to like your physical body surviving in nature. Now, the difficulty is that as society has evolved, we don't have that need to survive in nature quite like we did. We have the drive to survive in situations in the culture in the workplace or the culture in the family unit. We have drives to fit in there. And then when it doesn't work out, we still have this intense abandonment reaction. And so the issue that makes it difficult sometimes to treat abandonment is we get really invested in the story. Like we try to unwind something to do with the story. And the story is how it happened or why it happened, but the issue is that it happened. So let's set that aside for a second and just look at it like this. Say you burn your hand, right? That you touched the stove, you were working on the car, you touched a hot engine, you were playing with fire for some silly reason and you burned your hand. All the burns are the same level, the same quality. The issue is not how you burned your hand. You don't spend a ton of time at the hospital going, I was doing this and then this and then this, and then I burned my hand. You spend time dealing with the actual burn, right? You're dealing with the physiological damage that happened to the hand, regardless of it was touching the engine or the stove or whatever it was, right? The issue is there's a burn. Same idea with abandonment. If you're dealing with abandonment, how you got there, kind of irrelevant. The issue is that it's there, right? And so it needs to be treated. Your physiology is now on a little bit higher degree of red alert. You become more sensitive to what it is. The tendency is to want to abandon before you get abandoned, right? There's all kinds of variations of this. And so it can actually start to cause you to tailspin in a lot of these situations as kind of a protective mechanism. Now, the difficulty when you're starting to do a spiritual practice or when you're starting to heal psychologically is you're starting to break out of how you are seen in or how you fit in maybe a social circle, your family circle, whatever it might be. As you start to grow and evolve emotionally and psychologically, you're starting to break patterns that everybody has kind of invested in everybody's behavior and how you look in situations, right? And as you heal, sometimes you start to break that mold, that pattern, and not everybody is too thrilled with it, right? And so there is an unspoken little bit of tension that might come from not fitting in like you did before. So that actually is a stress of abandonment, or the agitation of abandonment is a more appropriate way of saying it. Now, as you spiritually grow and evolve, as you increase connection to the higher soul, one of the issues that starts to happen is you are actually starting to step away from the collective unconsciousness or the collective unconscious of, the collective of the group. You're starting to become more individualized. You're starting to grow and develop, have more inner awareness. You're not behaving like everybody else because you're not reacting. You're not on automatic behavior, automatic thinking. We are starting to become more realized, more awake, more aware. And so you start to make different decisions. So when you start to do a spiritual practice, you're in a little bit of a predicament. You are in a predicament because your increased connection to the higher soul means that you don't quite fit in with a group like you did before, right? So you search out circles of people where we're all on the same page, we feel better. And you notice that circle keeps getting a little smaller, a little smaller, a little smaller, right? And so if you talk with very developed spiritual teachers and things, and you ask them about what's it like to be you, or something like that, one of the things that will come up at some point, especially in the Buddhist practice, they very, very much talk about it openly, is the more that there's development, the more lonely you become. Right? It's part of the package. You're not in the normal everyday thinking that everybody else is. And so you start to feel a little bit more isolated. So your ability to temper this agitation allows for greater growth, and eventually allows for greater levels of oneness. And so even though you might not be functioning like the collective unconscious, there starts to be a greater level of awareness and connection to people around you, and there's a greater sense of oneness. So you're replacing kind of the lower level of being in the collective unconscious. And then if you kind of can run that gauntlet, so to speak, for a little while, eventually when you come out the other side, what starts to happen is you feel an even greater connection to people, but not because you're mimicking behavior or everybody's agreeing or everybody's on the same page. You're experiencing greater levels of oneness, right? Greater levels of oneness. And so, a big push with some of the classes this year is the activation of the blue pearl, which is a seed that's in the middle of your pineal gland that allows you to transform situations around you, and it fills your body full of light. It breaks thought processes and thought patterns. And so with this, I also want to be able to give you a bit of a survival kit. And even if you don't take any of the other classes, this is a survival kit that helps you deal with normal everyday life, helps you to deal with psychological healing. And if you are on a spiritual path or doing some sort of spiritual practice, regardless of the tradition, this helps you accelerate your practice because you're not wrestling with this agitation of the body. Your body naturally resists the higher soul. Your emotional body and your mind actually naturally blend with the higher soul, the energy of the higher soul. Your physical body wants to have union with the earth, right? So until the body gets sufficiently tempered, it's a little bit of a wrestling match or a little bit of a dance that you do until you get the physical body kind of in line, right? And so because of this, you could have a very deep spiritual experience. You could have a very deep meditation. You could also have a very deep experience with your partner, just connecting with your partner. And you're like, this is amazing. We should do this again. We should do this all the time. And then a month goes by. And it's like, yeah, remember that time? Remember that time we meditated? Remember that time we were close? It's because in that moment where you really stepped away from the normal everyday way of doing something and you had this deeper connection, right? Be it to the higher soul, to your partner, which eventually helps to connect to the higher soul, right? The more that you have that experience, the more that the agitation happens in your physiology, where your physical body goes, I don't know if I want to do that again. Like that is stepping out of your your normal way of behaving. And so as you get into this, what starts to happen is it generates a kind of stress response. And the stress response isn't because it's uncomfortable or it's bad, it's because it's change, right? It's because it's change. And stress is simply you being pushed out of your normal everyday way of doing something, right? Like when you're trying to meet a goal or a deadline, and you're pushing and you're pushing and pushing, and as you get closer, you're starting to stress out. Even if emotionally, mentally, you're okay, physically, your body is starting to stress out, right? Physically, your body is starting to stress out, and part of that is you're having to really break out of the normal way of doing things to produce the result. Right, to produce the result. So you're going past of, this is what I like, this is what I want, this is what I always do, and you're trying to produce that result, right? So you're, even if it's temporarily, you're changing the way you do things, and that actually produces a stress response. Now, the opposite of stress is this thing called allostasis. Allostasis simply means your ability to adapt or change. And so anytime you go into the mode of being able to adapt and change, it's good. It helps you to, evolve in the situation. The immediate response from that is abandonment, because you're not doing your normal everyday things. You're not doing your normal ways of behavior. You're not doing your normal thought processes. Right? So abandonment is hand in hand with the stress response. It's hand in hand. And remember, stress is always trying to maintain a place of comfort, right? It is a drive of the lower nature. It is the drive of your physical body. It's always looking for a place of comfort. And the issue is that drive does make us feel better, but it's not accurate. Right? Life is not trying to be in a place, it is a process. And so even the drive of the place is the byproduct of you trying to manage the information coming from your five senses. Like, oh, if I could just reach this place, I could relax. Oh, if I could just do this, everything would be comfortable. It is a drive of the lower nature, right? So there was these ancient practitioners, we'll call them, and they used to go back and forth about the philosophy of life and the evolutionary process. And one would say, you're trying to achieve this particular state, the state of perfection. And then the other side would say, no, you're trying to engage this process of becoming, right? And if you look at it, trying to engage that state of perfection is you trying to manage the sensory information coming into your brain. It is the lower part of your brain trying to find that perfect place of, there are no more stresses. I'm in perfect balance with everything. But life is dynamic. That is temporary. It's transient. It's never going to last. It is always a process. And so the more that you engage the process, at first the tendency is for abandonment to be maybe a little bit agitated. But as time goes by, it starts to be less of a thing, and then even more less of a thing, and then even more less of a thing. And then pretty soon, it's just an issue that pops up from time to time, right? And so the underlying issue behind abandonment is fear. When you're able to reduce abandonment, your fear levels go down substantially, because the fear response is very much tied to the agitation from abandonment. So last weekend we taught the class for anxiety, right? And when we were putting the class together, I was like, boy, we could just do the anxiety one day, but really there's about 5 or 6 days that could go with anxiety. And when we were laying it out, I was like, let's just do part 1, part 2, part 3. Part 3 would be the loving kindness class for next weekend, right? And so when we were laying this out, I was like, abandonment is pretty much impacts everybody. We're just going to do it in the retreat. Let's just, we had a different idea for the retreat. And as we were laying out the class, I was like, ugh, let's ditch that idea. Let's just go right for the abandonment. You know, it's something we've been talking about for a while about doing. And so we just decided to do it as the free event this weekend. So with that, we're going to go through and we're going to unwind the mechanisms for this. And this is something that you could do each of the segments on their own. And then eventually what you could do is do like what we're going to do this weekend. From time to time, just go through and do a tune-up. And over a period of time, if you do this, you'll find that your ability to break out of patterns, out of behaviors, out of habits actually becomes heightened. It becomes much easier because a lot of times it keeps you locked into a particular behavior or a particular way of thinking, a particular situation that you just can't break out of, is this agitation from abandonment. It's not a thought process. It is an agitation. And so an agitation is, think about it like this. It is almost like an emanation from your physical body that eventually affects your mind. It's not something you generate. It's in your mind. It's a reaction in your mind, right? And so with that, trying to resolve it psychologically has little to no impact. Now, it might make you feel a little bit better for a little bit, but the next time something comes up, boom, you're right back where you were with the abandonment issue, right? And so if you calm down the agitation, you'll notice that your thought processes actually change. Your thought processes actually begin to change. You know, the tendency to rationalize situations, like, you know, you hear somebody, you say something to somebody and they go, yeah, well, and then they give you some rationalization of why they're doing it. That's not from the mental body. That's actually from your physiology. That's how profound your body is on your mind. When you treat rationalization, you don't treat the mental body. You actually treat the body. You treat the arms and the legs. It will stop it pretty quickly. And the thought processes actually will start to shift and change. Like your perception of things will actually change. When you start to mix the energy of the mind and the energy of the physical body, patterns in your life begin to dissolve. Like negative patterns in your life begin to dissolve. And so if you think about it, like the ones that have had the materialization class, what do? You hold a goal in your heart and then you do the materialization breath, right? So what you're doing is you're moving energy in from the physical body and you're mixing it in the upper centers, which is tied to the mind, and it stimulates the mental permanent seed inside the pineal gland. So you're beginning to mix the energy of the physical body and the mental body. And the mental body is very close and very similar to the energy of the soul. Like the energy of the soul and the mental body mix really super easy. The energy of the higher soul and the physical body, not so much. So you almost are doing this like mixing by going through and doing this. And by doing this, you start to break patterns, especially emotional patterns. By going through and doing emotional patterns, you're able to start to produce a result. You're able to achieve your goal much easier because of the mixing and the activation of the mental permanent seed. Okay, so with that, I'd like you to just take a couple moments, close your eyes for a second, and just reflect on times or situations where you felt like you didn't fit in, where you felt abandoned, where you felt this issue. Even think, if you do meditation, think about how you feel sometimes after you do meditation, and then you go interact with people that you normally interact with and how different it feels sometimes, or how they act or behave a little bit differently. write yourself some notes. Like just take a moment and write a couple things down about how you feel about some of these situations. Like this still feels like it happened yesterday, even though it was 10 years ago. Or this still feels upsetting or uncomfortable, or I don't want to even think about it. I don't want to go there. That's a really big one, by the way. Really, really big one. I don't even want to go there.
Current too.
Yeah, it could be current, it could be old, it could be, yeah. I mean, probably half the people that are on the Zoom right now might be in some current situation where it's happening. You might not identify it as abandonment, but it's happening. The stress that happens in the corporate world is the threat of abandonment. Like if you don't do this, you don't get to go to the meeting. If you don't do this, you're not in the clique within the group. You're not with the cool kids. If you don't do this, you might not get a raise. If you don't do this, I don't know about your contract next year. There's like in some of the IT companies, there's different management styles, and some of the management styles don't have the origins, let's say, in the United States. We'll just say that. And every year, everybody has to bid on their own job.
Yes.
You do your work all year, and regardless of your performance at the end of the year, you bid on your job, and everybody else gets to bid on your job. And so you think you're getting a raise, but what they do is they set it up so that you want to keep your job. A lot of times you start lowering the amount of money you make, or you might lose your job, right? And so you have a little bit of time finding other work in some of the other departments. But bottom line is, every year, the threat of abandonment is humongous at the end of the year. So instead of celebrating Christmas, you're biting your nails, wondering if it comes January 1st, you still have a job. Yeah. That's hardcore abandonment. I mean, they are using abandonment to reduce overhead and increase and improve performance. It's a stress that's put on the employees, scientifically, you could say.
We had a superintendent who was doing that to the entire school system.
Yeah.
Does that improve? Does that improve anything? Any productivity or anything?
Probably not.
I know. That would be my guess. Yeah.
So write yourself some notes. Okay, and then you can open up your booklet. Like in the first part, we always have the methods of application. We just put that in the booklet for information in case you ever want to do different things with essential oils. This time, the oils that we're using in the class included information about each of the oils so that you could use them for other things. And, we might talk about it, we might not, depends on how the class goes, but let's move past all of that. So you're going past methods of application, and you're going to the booklet part that says abandonment, individualization of the soul. And that's on the second group of notes, and it's on that page 1. So the very first thing we're going to do is we're going to work with bay laurel. Bay laurel is a really interesting oil. For one, it's a really potent antiviral. It's one of the best antibacterial oils there is. It actually is so potent that it will actually be a treatment for staph infection, strep, things like this. It is really good for decongesting the lymph nodes. Bay laurel is, for the immune system, quite amazing. Now, in ancient times in Greece, they used bay laurel for prophecy. People would either burn laurel leaves or they would adjust laurel, and then the tendency is they could potentially see or predict the future, right? And part of that is, it is literally the shifting out of your normal everyday sensory mind, the part of the mind that is dealing with your senses of touch, taste, smell, hearing, tasting, all these things, which is basically how you're processing the environment. All that information is going to your brain and you're constantly processing it. It is a full-time job, right? Your brain doesn't do a lot of other things. It's constantly processing the sensory information. So this is what you would call your normal everyday mind, right? Then at some point, you're always looking through the senses, but at some point you end up laying down and going to sleep, and then you have dream time, right? You have dream time. This is actually you moving past your sensory mind, and you're going to the intuitive part of your mind, which is beyond the senses, right? Beyond the senses. The act of prophecy is simply, in the waking state, being able to go past your sensory mind and tapping into the intuitive mind to see and gather information beyond sensory information. A lot of times, even this still happens while you're sleeping, right? You're able to pull it in a little bit greater and then process it and verbalize it or express it, right? So if you look at some of the drawings of the ancient prophets, like Elijah is a really good one. A lot of times when they would show prophets, they would either show them with a cup or with a couple of ravens like floating around them, flying, but like looking down at the person. And this is basically the ability to gather information from the planet, right? From the earth. Like you're gathering information from the intelligence of the earth. So a prophet is able to have divine inspiration and the ability to communicate with the nature spirits of the earth. The nature spirits are represented by the ravens, right? Now, if you see a lot of pictures of Elijah, when those ravens are floating over him, he's laying down asleep, right? So most likely he was not asleep when this was happening, but it's just the idea of, it's how you would express the intuitive mind, because the intuitive mind for most people is really dream time. For most people, when you process something and let go of something psychologically, it doesn't happen when you're awake. It happens when you're asleep, right? When you're awake, and you try to let go of something, you might be able to let go of it a little bit, but you leave claw marks all over it because your mind is not wanting to let go of something. It doesn't want change. You lay down, go to sleep, and your intuitive mind comes in and your mind goes, I don't want to do this anymore. And it just leaves, right? It doesn't have the claw marks, right? So with this, another way of saying all these pieces of information is, there's one thing that bay laurel is incredibly good for. It's raising the vibration of your lower centers or your lower nature. It raises the vibration of your lower nature. Anytime the vibration rises, for one, it improves function, right? It improves the function of your physical body. It improves the function of your immune system. It improves the function of your nervous system. It improves function. It even improves brain function to a certain extent. Anytime that you raise the vibration of the physical body, you're also making it more conductive to the higher soul, just by doing that. Now, when you raise the vibration, it doesn't mean that the higher soul is, boom, all of a sudden coming in. Part of what starts to happen as you raise the vibration is the energy, or let's say the light of the physical body begins to mix with the light of the mind, right? The light of the mind and the light of the physical body begin to mix. And then eventually, after that mixes for a while, then the energy of the higher soul actually starts to come into the physical form. The essence begins to change. Your physical body is structure and essence. Your mind has a structure and essence, right? The structure is the physical body itself and some of the behaviors, right? And in the mind, it's thought processes, patterns of thinking, repetitive thinking, opinions, ideas, concepts, all of those are structure, right? Then there's an essence that passes through them, right? Basically, it's the play of yin and yang, both in the physical realm and in the mental realm, right? And so whenever one goes to the extreme, it produces the opposite, right? So if your negative thinking, for example, keeps getting more and more agitated, it attracts an essence that is similar, right? That is similar, right? So the idea is to raise the vibration of the structure so that the essence can change, right? So that the essence can change. And so you do this by attracting, excuse me, a different kind of essence, a different kind of essence. This is the point of meditation. This is the point of prayer. This is the point of devotional practices. This is the point of service. This is the point of doing a lot of different things that are out of your comfort zone. You're trying to bring in a different kind of essence that passes through and affects the structure of the mind, right? You do service, it starts to affect the structure of the physical body, right? And so over a period of time, what starts to happen is the essence starts to change the structure. And so the structure upgrades, it evolves a little bit, and then it evolves a little bit more, and then it evolves a little bit more. And then eventually the mind and the body, the essence of the two, begin to mix. And as they begin to mix, it starts to break patterns in your life. This is how the materialization process works. That's tied to the materialization breath, right? That particular practice was not something that I came up with. That is a very ancient practice. It's done in a lot of different cultures. I was taught the practice from an indigenous practice, from a medicine man, but it's done in a lot of different practices. Right? It's considered an inner teaching. And so here we do it with oils, right? There we would do it in ceremony. Okay, so with that, our goal in this first segment is we want to raise the vibration of the body. If you raise the vibration of the body, your physiology is more likely to be able to shift or change. The lower the vibration, the more rigid your physical body becomes, the more rigid your lower nature becomes. The higher the vibration, the more likely it is able to go into allostasis, right? Allostasis, which is the ability to shift and change. You maintaining your balance is homeostasis, which is good. It's just, it can become overly rigid and you become internally resistant. The goal there is actually the play back and forth. So if you look at it, the homeostasis mechanism, that strive for balance, is actually tied to the structure, right? It's tied to structure, the structure of the body, the thought processes of the mind, your opinions, your behaviors. I mean, think about how many times where you say something to somebody and they go, yeah, that really doesn't fit with what I think. Gonna reject it, right? Like when there's a conflict, say in the workplace, and you present it to the boss, most times the boss doesn't go, okay, this is the right thing to do. This is what we're going to do. The boss goes, how is this going to impact me? Which one of these people do I like better? This is what I'm going to do, right? Part of that is that homeostasis mechanism is always trying to maintain some sort of balance, right? It doesn't want change. So what happens when we're constantly engaging this is we become very, very rigid, right? Then you have allostasis, which is tied more to essence, right? It's the ability to shift something. It's the ability to change something. It doesn't mean that it goes on forever, but it shifts and changes the structure so much where, you present that same problem to the boss and you go, wow, the boss goes, this is a problem. We have to come up with a new process, a new procedure on how to handle this so that this doesn't happen again, or that it doesn't reduce productivity, right? So we learn from our mistake, we adjust, we grow, we evolve, boom, we go back to the structure again, right? This is the natural flow between essence and structure, or homeostasis, right, which is maintaining the balance, and allostasis, which is change. If you can harness this idea of the homeostasis and allostasis, you become very, very creative. Very, very creative. Your ability to produce a result is right there. Things that take some people maybe 4 or 5 years might only take you 4 or 5 months, right? Your ability to evolve out of a situation becomes heightened. You know, part of the fear that happens in situations is like, oh my God, what am I going to do? And it's really that there's going to be a shift or change, and you're not sure what to do. You're not good at allostasis, right? You're not good at changing, right? If you're able to harness this, then when something changes, you just go, okay, we're doing it different now. Okay. It's just the way that it is. And you actually look back and you go, oh, good, that actually wasn't working. There was a lot of things that weren't going right with that. Now we're in a more improved situation, right? You're able to evolve out of any situation. So what starts to happen is confidence levels go up, because even if you're in a bad situation, you'll evolve out of it. Bottom line, you'll evolve out of it. So even if you look at religious or spiritual practices, there are some traditions where they go, okay, this is the behavior, this is the deity, mimic the deity. Just mimic the deity, right? And then there's other practices where they don't do any sort of deity practice. They don't do any like mimicking the guru or anything like that. They just try to help you wake up. That's it. They just try to help you wake up, right? It's very effective. It's just harder, right? It's harder. But what happens is, as you wake up, all of a sudden those structures become more fluid, right? You're able to evolve wherever it's at. Wherever you're at in life, it's not important that you're at the front of the line, or it's not horrible that you're at the back of the line, or, you know, what kind of person am I that I'm in the middle of the line? Why I should be in the front? It's just all of a sudden, this is where I'm at. I wake up, I evolve out of wherever I'm at, regardless of where it's at, right? This is tied more to that aspect that we were talking about before. It's tied to the process of becoming, rather than trying to strive for that perfect state of, you know, peace or stillness, or, you know, whatever it might be, heaven, or the idea of heaven, I should say. Heaven is not a resting place. It's a movement. Think about that. It's a movement. So with that, we are going to utilize the bay laurel. And so like,
I know.
yeah.
What else would you say?
Bay laurel. We need substitutes, right? We need substitutes. We gave the list of everything as far as substitutes. There's not really great substitutes for this one. Boy, I don't know what to tell them.
I work with foster kids.
Yeah, let's save questions for just a moment. Yeah. I mean, Palo Santo kind of works. I mean, we'll try to find you a couple substitutes, but I mean, if you're going to do this work, you should really utilize the, I mean, I don't know what to say. I guess Palo Santo or frankincense, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, they don't do quite the same thing, but it'll be in the same vein. Okay, so you're going to begin inhaling. You're inhaling through your nose and then exhaling through your mouth. So just take long, slow, deep breaths. Don't hold the bottle super close to your nose, but hold it close enough to where you get some of the scent. Take a long, slow, deep breath in through your nose and then exhale out through your mouth. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Now, as you're inhaling, put your awareness on your navel. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the navel. Now move your awareness over to the spleen, which is on the left-hand side below the ribs, like in this area. Long, slow, deep breath. Move your awareness to the low back, opposite your navel. Move your awareness to the sex chakra, where the sex organs are. The bottom of your tailbone. Your basic chakra. And then the soles of your feet. And then just be still, be aware, keep your eyes closed, just be still. You're just letting your body be still. Just maintain your stillness, let your body just be still. We're going to do that one again. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your navel. And then the spleen on the left-hand side below your ribs. Your low back area, opposite the navel. The sex chakra, where the sex organs are. and the bottom of the tailbone. The soles of your feet. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Just let go. Just notice your body, notice your emotions, your mind. Now this pattern, these energy centers are all associated with your physical body, more appropriately said, your lower nature. You're literally raising the vibration of your lower nature in this first step. The next step, we're dealing with the arms and the legs, and this is tied more to your emotional and mental responses. Going back to what I said about rationalization, that it's more in your body than it is in your mind. You know, it affects your mind, but it's not a thought process. It's actually a defense mechanism. Rationalization is literally a defense mechanism. So the energy of the body eventually affects the mental processes. And it goes the other way. The mental processes affect your physiology. It's just that the physical body is very dense, so the energy of it is strong. The physical body is very dense, so the energy of it's very strong. Like it's very, it's a dense prana. Yeah. And so we're going to treat the arms and the legs, which are extensions of the basic chakra, right? They're extensions of the basic chakra. So a lot of times what we would call automatic thinking, automatic behaviors are energies that are locked in the arms and the legs. The tendency to rationalize something, the rationalization defense mechanism is actually tied to energies that are stuck in the arms and legs. It's literally a mechanism, it's a response. And so why when somebody has the issue and they try to address it psychologically, all they do is come up with newer things to rationalize. They don't shift out of the aspect of rationalizing everything. The ability to break the tendency to rationalize things. And when I say that, it's like another way of saying is like justifying things or excusing them away, or, it's not like thinking clearly with like rational thought. Even that is you're looking at the sensory information, right? So let's go ahead and begin with this aspect. You're going to begin, this one's a little bit of a long one, by the way. You're going to begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the soles of your feet. It's on the soles of your feet.
Same old.
Same one. Yeah. You would do a refresher. Yeah. Move your awareness to the ankles. Awareness to your knees. Your hips, the sides of your hips. Your low spine, the bones in your low back. Just put your awareness on that low spine area and just take some long, slow, deep breaths. Your mid spine, the middle of your back. Give yourself a break for a moment. Just be still, just let it go. Just give yourself a break. Keep your eyes closed, just let it incubate. Begin inhaling again. You're on the upper spine, the area between your shoulder blades. The bones in your neck, the cervical spine. your armpits. Your awareness is on your armpits. The elbows. The wrists. The palms of your hands. And your ear canals, the holes in your ears. Just be still, be aware, just completely let go. Just be still. Maintain your stillness and awareness. Just let it incubate. We're going to do that same process again. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the soles of your feet. The ankles. The knees. The hips. The low spine. Going to your low back, your low spine area. Your mid spine, your mid back area. Just give yourself a break for a second. Just let go. Just let go for a second. Keep your eyes closed. Just let go. Begin inhaling again. The upper back area, the area between your shoulder blades. The bones in your neck, the cervical spine. The armpits. Your elbows. Your wrists. The palms of your hands. And the holes in your ears, the ear canals. And just be still, be aware, just let go. Okay, we're going to move to the next application. There's two more applications in this segment. They're both relatively short and they both work together. So think about it like this. First, you're in the first application that we did, we're increasing and improving the vibration of the lower nature. Then we go through and we treat the arms, the legs, and the spine. Okay. So this is starting to affect thought processes or the tendency to like rationalize things. These next two applications are literally starting to break down the thought processes that have been generated by your physiology. So you have this tendency to rationalize. We all, right? We have this tendency to rationalize. So it is a byproduct of your physiology. Then it starts to cause like an automatic behavior, automatic thinking. The rationalization is like the tendency to try to figure out what's going on, right? Then there's thought processes that are the byproduct of the reaction, right? The reaction. And so with that, these next two applications are literally breaking down the thought processes that we're now starting to identify with. Right? So we're trying to break down the thought processes of that initial abandonment reaction. Okay. So with that, you're using the same oil, so the same exact oil, and you're begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the front heart. Your awareness is on your front heart. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths.
The book it says one back head.
You're on the number 4.
Go wrong page.
You're on the wrong page.
That's where it's in one.
Awareness is on your front heart. Take long, slow, deep breaths. Move to the back heart. Move your awareness to the forehead. And your back head. Opposite your eyebrows on the back side. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Begin inhaling again, same oil, same application. Your awareness is on the front heart. The back heart. Your forehead. Where the hairline is, your forehead. And your back head. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Just be still. Begin inhaling again, same oil. Your awareness is on your back head. Your awareness is on your forehead where the hairline is. your back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. And your front heart, center of your chest. Just be still, be aware, let go. Just maintain your stillness and awareness. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on your back head. Same application, same oil. Your forehead. The back heart. Between the shoulder blades. The front heart. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Notice your body, your emotions, your mind. Notice your thoughts. Think of some of the situations where you felt abandoned or the potential of abandonment. The things that we did at the beginning of the session. How do they seem right now? Let me say it like this. Think of it like this. Think about you're having a conversation with somebody and they make some obnoxious remark, right? Think about the drive that you have to try to resolve that, like to try to get them to understand, right? Or to resolve that conflict, right? When really what happened was they made kind of a crappy remark, right? It was probably a little bit insulting. It was a little bit obnoxious, whatever it is, right? But there's this drive, like, I have to resolve this. Like, I have to get you to understand. I have to, bring a resolution to this little verbal conflict that's happening. And it's not even an argument. It's just somebody stating their opinion or making an accusation or just being plain obnoxious, right? Think of the tension that comes when that happens, right? Another word for that tension is abandonment, the threat of abandonment. If we're not on the same page, then I'm not fitting in. If you don't get this, if you don't understand, then I don't fit in, be it the family, the workplace, whatever it is. So a lot of times the things where we think we're having this weird conflict with another person, or we're saying something and they're not getting it and it's upsetting and you're defensive and you're trying to get them to understand, all that is abandonment playing out. That's all it is. That's all it is. And so if you resolve that, it's very liberating, because people can have really super obnoxious opinions and you go, who cares? Right? Who cares? Like you have this opinion of whatever the situation is, good for you. Like your opinion doesn't affect how I lay down and go to sleep at night. It doesn't affect how I do things. I mean, there might be something at work where you are having to talk something out, but a lot of times these things are just people stating their opinions. And a lot of times when people get upset at you, it's because you're not fitting into their way of thinking, right? They're not able to say like, hey, different opinions give us a better perspective of the whole or the potential truth. So maybe I'll embrace a little bit of this, or I'll think about it or look at it. You just go, nope, that doesn't doesn't fit with what I'm thinking. So I literally had a boss tell me one time, what did he say? He said, if you don't agree with me, it's because you're not smart. We were talking something that was not in his area of expertise. He just had an opinion. It wasn't like we were talking about the workplace or something. We were having some opinion, and he just point blank said to me, if you don't agree with me, it's just because you're not smart. And so most people would have responded and gotten defensive and tried to fall in line or argued. And I just went, okay. And then he like looked at me like waiting for me to respond. And I was like, your opinion. We're not talking about the workplace. You're not telling me what to do. Like, it's not like I have to fall through with something. It's just your opinion. And even there, he didn't get the response that he expected. You know, if you've tempered the abandonment response, then when people are obnoxious like that, it stops being a trauma.
Yes.
It just becomes, oh, you're a little bit of a jerk. Gotcha. I'll put that in my notes. Right? Because that's what it becomes. Like, okay, like now I know a little bit more of your nature.
Yes.
Right? And so let's go ahead and take a little bit of a break, and we'll come back and we'll still talk about this. We'll do a little Q&A, but let's come back straight up on the hour. So 15-minute break. I'll see you in 15 minutes. Okay, everybody, let's go ahead and share experiences or do a little Q&A. So you can unmute yourself or type it.
You can unmute yourself, you can type in, you can raise your hand. We had some shares. Bay Laurel is now my favorite, new favorite. And go ahead, Peggy.
Oh, thank you,
Peggy.
thank you, thank you. This is PT, Peggy Tennant, as opposed to my friend Peggy, who offers and shares so beautifully. Sometimes I think, I don't need to talk. Peggy's covered it all. She's done a great job. But first, let me say, when I got the in the mail, email, the oils that we were going to have, I'm thinking, yeah, I got all those oils. I was so excited, because when you have oils that I don't have, I feel guilty, or I have this feeling that doesn't quite feel right, you know? And so I was just tickled, and the way it's put out there, the way you're presenting it, I know why mantra works so well for me, because I have to do it 108 times, or longer before. So you've shared a lot of this with us before, but and I've got all of the things, I print them out, I got them in a notebook, but to go back and find them, I don't really take this. So I'm just really profoundly grateful. I think you're covering it all beautifully. I hadn't looked at rationalization as being stuck in the physical, and yeah, I'm pretty high.
Yeah,
This is
it's actually listed in traditional psychology. There is a defense mechanism known as rationalization.
yeah.
Well,
I only took. I'm sorry.
Esoterically, you look at how the light of the physical body and the light of the mind mix or don't mix. And so it could be low vibration, very negative, or it could be something that is of a higher vibration, depending on how things have been tempered. But the mixing happens to a certain extent. And so when the physiology is agitated, it agitates the mind. And so basically rationalization is a way to try to calm down the mind based on the agitation coming from the body.
Well, see, I only had 101, so I need all the help that you can give me, and I thank you very much.
They don't teach it that way in traditional psychology. They don't. Like
Okay.
they teach it as a defense mechanism, but they don't teach it as it being your physiology.
Well, this is wonderful, and I thank Samantha and Letty and all of the team and my community. It's real exciting to be here, and so thank you for this gift to us, and
Well,
thank you, thank you, thank you.
thank you. And Tracy, you had a,
So when I walked in and saw.
I was gonna continue to ignore you so you can feel abandoned or not feel abandoned. She had her hand up for a really long time.
I saw the word abandonment and the rivers just started, like I couldn't stop myself from crying. I was very upset because of the whole family situation. And afterwards, like I can think about it and it not affect me at all.
So we're only in the first segment, and she's saying that she has a very severe situation, like, you know, parents had passed away and the siblings are fighting over money. Shocking, I know. It's really shocking. Oh, boy, that is just such a weird, like, I mean, it's just, it always happens, like almost always, like 90% of the time.
Usually.
And with that, you know, sometimes the siblings can be, or, you know, people involved can be very brutal about it. And so they say nasty things or whatever. And so I know that she's going through things where people are being insulting. And she said, just looking at the booklet, she started to cry, you know, because of the issues going on. And already after the first segment, she started to go, yeah, I could think about it and not cry. And, you know, she's not probably completely there yet, but it's, the edge is already coming off, right? And so a lot of times we're not aware, like there, she's aware of it, right? A lot of times we're not aware of how much this abandonment mechanism is in play. And again, think about times where somebody says something and you're like, "Ugh, why did you say that? Why can't you understand? Why can't you see my point of view? Why can't, you know," and you're trying to resolve something, you know, and it really has to do with how somebody else is thinking. That is the abandonment mechanism. You know, you wouldn't necessarily call it abandonment in the moment, but if you step back and you look at just the mechanics of what's happening, it is you trying to resolve something so that everything's comfortable and everybody like fits in, right? Everything fits in. And so in different traditions, they go about doing this in different ways. And so, you know, in the indigenous cultures, they do a lot of things with ceremony. And in the Buddhist tradition, there's different practices. And the one practice that I always find very, very interesting, probably because I practice it a lot, but is the Nyingma tradition, the Nyingma. And Nyingma is, does everything with energy, right? It does everything with energy. So the idea is you shift something, like here we're talking about abandonment, and we could sit and talk about intellectually for a while, and you know, there's this and then this mechanism and then this story and then this story, and I had this experience and this memory. It helps us to understand, but if you really want to get it to your bones, right, you shift the energy of it, you basically calm it down, and then you step back and you go, what just happened, right? What just happened? And in that, you start to see abandonment is much more profound than I thought. And the reason why this is such an effective tool is this is how we process a lot of things. The issue is that a lot of times what's happening is we're having an automatic reaction, automatic behavior. You know, we get triggered by something, which means your brain doesn't process it. Like your brain does not process it, you just respond. And then after the fact, you go, what just happened? What just happened? What does that mean? And then you kind of come up with a little bit of a story or a rationalization, right? Rationalization is just a defense mechanism, right? So here you're saying, okay, I'm not going to rewire how I react to the external world. I'm going to harness it, right? I'm going to harness it. So now you systematically, you go through, you shift something, right? You shift something, and then you sit back and you let your wiring do the rest. What just happened? And now you're doing it with awareness. Something has happened, and wow, I feel less abandoned. I feel less triggered. I have less tension when I'm having conversations with people. When somebody does something that's very different than what I think, what I feel behave, do I get upset? Do I get angry? Do I not really feel anything, right? And so you're using those mechanisms. You're not trying to override them. You're not trying to wrestle with them. You're not trying to make them go away. You just go, instead of using it to cause my suffering, I'm going to use those same mechanisms and I'm going to use it to evolve out of these situations. I don't have to reinvent the wheel. I just have to direct the wheel in the proper way, right? So in a nutshell, that's the indigenous cultures when they do ceremony, that's what they're doing. In some of the inner practices when they do ceremony, and in the Nyingma tradition, that's pretty much what they do. Inner teachings and Kabbalistic teachings, they do that. You know, the working with the holy names, holy aspects of God, you know, sitting and chanting those or reciting those, meditating on those does something very similar. All of these things are helping you to shift something so that then when you go back to those mechanisms, it's like you have better food. It's like eating your vegetables. You shifted something in a way that was directed rather than reactive, right? The mechanisms are the same. You just gave it different information or essence to go through and process, if that makes sense. Yeah. So,
And then go ahead, Brandy, then Karen,
Hey,
then
Brandy.
Katie.
Hey, Greg.
Hey.
Such the right moment in time. I was laughing. So after the journey within class, I had a lot of, thought process shifting that I was intentionally trying to shift before, but then started just happening. Like, and when I'd have the shift before, I would shift and what would happen is I would have the old thought come. I go, no, that's not the right path. And then I would force, I've got a lot of will, force myself into the path I wanted, be very agitated and irritated about, but like knowing like this is the right thing, like you just need whatever. And then I also was still when the person in my life who continues to like to sharpen me and grow me stretches the limits of our physical plane how he can I was still having these agitations even though I was making the right choices. Like I was questioning myself. I was like, okay, well, hold on. Like this feeling I'm feeling, is it because I've become too controlling and fixing? I've tried to manipulate the situation. Like, am I doing the wrong choice? And when I'd sit back with it and pray and meditate, I'm like, no, like this is totally different than what I've done before. This is the right decision for my daughter. This is correct. But I would still be agitated. And so what's interesting is that I had multiple things this last week, kind of higher intensity things come up that require like outside hiring. And anyways, but in short, like when they came up, I went straight to the right choice. I still questioned, but then very quickly resolved that no, I was in the right place, coming from the right place. But my physical body, oh my gosh, I like literally just it was so agitated. It was like, I'm like, and I could see like I'm having this trauma response, but I'm like, why? Like, I'm like, is it just the energy coming at me or et cetera? Or is it just my, like I basically summarized it as just my stuff coming out. Like, it's like just the physical patterns. And so it's so interesting with the Bay Laurel, because I've done things to help calm the agitation to get clearer, and like make the, make the final email or the final hiring of someone the next morning, whatever, and been okay with it, but still had this like kind of just lingering agitation. And it was like, it feels so like my body feels so calmer right now. And because it's calmer, my mind is like so much calmer.
And the thing that's interesting is like Bay Laurel is not really a sedative. Like it's not like, oh, like I have this agitation and I've sedated it and I'm relaxing my body that way. You just simply have reduced the agitation. And so that is, like you said, it's calming, it's soothing. And it's just because the agitation is diminishing.
It's so interesting to me how much the agitation drives our decisions
So,
and behaviors.
and here's the thing is like, I'll do it from my perspective is as a therapist, like seeing it over the years, like just pattern after pattern after pattern, I intellectually get it just from seeing not just my experience, but like the experience of the people that I work with. And even when I shifted in myself, I still am like, wow, I had no idea. Like, literally, like you have that intellectual understanding, but until you experience it, you really don't get it. Like, until it's gone, it's like what I was saying about the Nyingma tradition. It's like until it's gone, you really don't realize how much it was impacting you before. Like you don't know. And then all of a sudden you realize I'm not making myself behave differently. I'm just behaving differently. Like I don't have those reactionary responses that I did before. Like I just, it's just not there anymore. Yeah.
So amazing. Yeah, that's what's happening. It's coming to that point.
I have a question for you. So for the people who don't know, Brandy works with professional athletes and high-level amateur athletes, right? As a physical therapist and helping with their performance. Would you say abandonment's a little bit of an issue for athletes?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
It's abandonment on steroids.
It's like the CEO situation times 1,000 with like 12-year-olds. Like, so with the emotional.
I don't nail it. I don't perform. I'm not accepted. I'm not, so much is riding on what it is. And you want to just talk about just for a second, like how much anxiety and like self-sabotage and things that kind of come in play when athletes are performing. Because the reason that I like this is like a lot of times when you take something like athletes are really great because you can see something in the extreme that is in all of us, but it's so subtle that we don't necessarily see it. But they're pushing the parameters so intensely that it's just out there. Like, and so you can see human nature when athletes are really pushing themselves like that, which I find very interesting because in the Greek times, the Olympic athletes wore a crown of bay laurel on their head.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe a coincidence, maybe not.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm like sitting here thinking, I just want to give all of them bay laurel. They just need to pump it into the gyms. It's really intense to watch high level athletes like that. So I have a lot of athletes recently that have literally just in one workout crushed their life. Like they will go from like literally doing all their skills at like an elite level, and then one coach came to them and said, you have to do this skill. Like the coach wrote her goal sheet for her and said, I want you to do this skill in 3 weeks. And like, she'd been out for a long while and her goal was to do those by the summer. And he crushed her. So she literally messaged me in like complete tears. Like she couldn't, same thing happened with another elite guy. But they couldn't, like literally couldn't do anything. Went from doing all her skills to like complete fear of everything to like not really even wanting to like go to school and like getting their homework done. Like it all crushed from this one event of basically losing the choice and being told you have to or not. Like it was like you do it or you don't. And basically it was interesting. So we used some oils and we used some education and then we helped her take back her power basically. And that was all very interesting. And within a day or two of doing that, she's back to full everything.
Oh, good.
But this is like the second time that this has happened, that she's come crashing down, like, and literally just, no, this is the third time. So I've been working with her in the last like 6 months that literally it's like this one little teeter of judgment or non-acceptance. Like you're not going to get to compete elite if you don't do it this in 2 weeks, instead of the original plan, which was June. And it's all unrealistic too, because it's also running off the coaches, like
Right.
it's running off of their same abandonment. Like, I'm gonna lose my
Right.
job if I don't. I'm not gonna have
Right,
the accolade
exactly.
if I don't.
It's
Like,
yeah.
and they get pushed to a point.
It's a multi-level organization that's just based on abandonment.
Totally, totally, because it really is. So like the whole selection for the higher levels is Darwinism at its best.
Yeah.
And they decided to go younger and younger. So the youngest selection group is 7 now.
Oh,
Jeez, Louise, y'all.
when I was doing stuff with cycling teams, you know, like you were talking about young people, but you know, I was doing it with, again, high amateurs and some pros, and I mean, these were guys that were riding in like the Tour de France and things like that, and the level of drinking before the night before in a big event, and like eating everything wrong, like eating Mexican food, like really heavy food, so that basically they couldn't perform. And then the next day was like, yeah, I really couldn't perform like I should because, you know, I drank, or I, you know, I ate a bunch of food I shouldn't, you know, did whatever it was.
Right.
But even at that level, these full-grown adults who are being paid to do what they're doing, still that issue is in play.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't go away because of age. It doesn't go away because of profession. It doesn't go away.
Yeah. Yeah. That's so interesting. Yeah. I think another level of it is just like not doing what, it's the same thing, not doing what they know they're supposed to do. Yeah. Like they have a schedule, they've been doing the schedule, and then they just drop it. Yeah. That's super interesting.
Yeah.
I had one other question on the bay laurel. Can we ingest it internally, like before bed to increase intuition?
Yeah.
Okay, like just a couple drops in water, or can you
Couple
take
drops
it
in
straight?
water and just drink it. Yeah.
Or can you take it straight?
You could take it straight. It might be a little like sensitizing to the tongue. I'd put in a little bit of water. I mean, it doesn't have to be very much, but just make sure it doesn't irritate the throat. Very good for sore throats too, by the way.
Okay, all right. Thanks, Greg. Thank you so much for this class. I'm very grateful.
And then go ahead, Karen, then Katie, then Marianne. And let me get you unmuted. Go ahead, Karen, see if you can unmute yourself. There you go.
Hi, Greg.
Hey, how are you?
It's pretty amazing. I think for me, the abandonment issue was always to get me to disassociate and leave my body. So I would float up there and have a great time. So this experience was very interesting because it was so physiologically intense, which made me like, check out.
Yeah, dissociation is a byproduct of it. Yeah, it can be.
Yeah.
Like that's another way of saying automatic behavior, automatic thinking is you just kind of check out and
So I went through like 4 very distinct physiological changes. So like the first one, it was just like blissing out, very peaceful, and I realized, that's because I'm up here. Now come down in here.
right.
So then it had this like intense like cold, like a really, really cold everywhere.
Mhm.
And then after that, it was crazy, like physical discomfort. Like my legs wanted to move and my arms wanted to move. And it was like, man, I'm uncomfortable in this body. And then after that, it went into like this heat, like a lot of heat.
Yeah.
Like sweating like crazy. And then it settled into this, like, okay, here we are. And it was but that was an interesting process.
Yeah, like the hot and the cold is the energy from the upper and lower center, like, it's actually the channels associated with the nostrils. They're just balancing out. So sometimes you'll feel a little hot or a little cold. It depends on where you are in the cycle of the breath. And sometimes it's working through some little blockages. It's kind of normal.
Okay, cool. That was really neat. Thank you.
Yeah, good. Yeah, good job. Good experience.
Thanks.
And then go ahead, Katie, then Mary Ann, then Donita.
Hey, Katie.
Hi, Greg. Thank you. This is so wonderful. This is just like, I can't believe, I mean, it's just so enlightening. I want to make sure I understand two things.
Mhm.
That when we have abandonment,
Mhm.
for me, but this helps me understand other people too. So
Yeah.
we have abandonment and we feel it in our body, right?
But
But
your body,
also
like
wanna-
you could say, your body's reacting. Like you probably aren't super aware of it. Like you're aware of it, like when the agitation comes to the mind. Sometimes you can feel it in the body, like you might feel a little like tension or stress or something like that. But a lot of times what's happening is your body is getting agitated, like your body goes almost like on a little bit of a red alert.
yeah,
And
totally.
yeah, and then you have the reaction. So you might be aware of that. But like if there's just the agitation, you might not really recognize it until it's in the mind and you're starting
Exactly.
to get like agitated in your mental processes. And so, and even then you might not even recognize it as abandonment. You know, you just recognize it, like, you know, say you're having a discussion with somebody and they say something really adversarial or obnoxious or insulting, you know, whatever it is, and you're trying to resolve it. You know, in the middle of it, you're really focusing on, like, you said something really super obnoxious. Why aren't you listening? Why aren't you hearing my side of the story? You're not stepping back going, oh, I'm feeling a little bit of abandonment.
Right.
Yeah.
So
One time, like, for example, a lot of times people also do it, like threaten abandonment to try to manipulate the situation as well. Right. And so, like, even the threat of, like, I'm going to say this insulting thing so that you try to fit in. Like, you know, like there's the two sides of the coin. And so the other person, they're not thinking I'm going to threaten to abandon, but they're utilizing that still as a defense mechanism to try to, you know, get their way or keep everything the way they think it should be, right?
Yeah.
And so, you know, there was this one time, I've told this story before, but, you know, it illustrates that, like, when you really shed the abandonment thing, you're able to start doing different behaviors and break out of patterns, even when other people are trying to get you to do the patterns, right? It's not you're just breaking out of your pattern, but you're breaking out of this pattern or that,
Yes.
you know, whoever it is. And so there was this one person that, you know, I barely knew this person, and we were all involved in this organization, and I'd only had a couple conversations with this person. I would not say that we were like acquaintances. We weren't even like friends. It's not like we basically I had helped her at one point in some difficulties she had, and that was it. And she had a conflict with one of the other people in the organization, we'll say. And so she called me up and didn't even really say hello, just started tearing into this other person. You know, she identified who she was and was basically telling me to not interact with this other person because of something that was going on with her. And she was being, see, I'm gonna be polite. She's being very aggressive about it. Let's just say insulting / aggressive. And I listened to her for about like 90 seconds. And then, you know, at that point, she's put me in the position where, like, basically you would have to defend yourself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She had nothing to do with the situation. She was not involved. She was just not getting her way. And so my simple response was, I don't think you're a person that has good opinions or gives good advice. So I'm not really going to take this into account. And on her side, it was a nuclear explosion.
Sure.
Like, how dare you talk to me that way? I go, you came in and you just called this person like a whole bunch of names. I haven't even talked to you in probably 5 to 10 years. and you say all these obnoxious things, you don't even identify yourself. Like, what kind of person are you? And the thing is she had a meltdown. She sent me this big long email about how she forgave me and everything. And she said a bunch of horrible things about a person. And all I said was, I'm not doing this dance with you. And that was, you know, that threat of abandonment, when
Wow.
it didn't work, like you could tell, it was her go-to thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was really a go-to thing. And so had I not done that, that would have been this ongoing conflict that I would have had to resolve at some point. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
it would have been this thing where she was making it to where we're going to do this and we're going to address this and you need to talk this out and you need to explain and you basically need to abandon this other person.
Oh, wow.
Nope, not going to do it. But the only reason I was able to go there was I didn't have the agitation. I don't care if I fit in with you or not. I really don't care. Like it doesn't reflect on my job. It doesn't reflect on a relationship. It doesn't reflect on something I need to resolve. You're just some person that has some opinion and it has no bearing on this situation whatsoever. And so the conversation is going to reflect that. You know, does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah,
And
it does.
so-
It's such good timing. I mean, this is just,
Yeah.
this is just such novel information. I'm really, wow, you know, it's, because I can see it, I'm gonna go out of town to a family wedding and I see it all differently now. There's so much reactivity
Yeah.
going on.
Family's a perfect example. How
It's,
much of it plays out in the family?
it's like
is
everybody,
my-
it's a big family and wow. So, but I don't want to take it. So when we have the abandonment, as we do this process we just went through,
Mhm.
after we do this, a period of time, that's when this will start to unlock and we can be a little free of that. Is that what you're
Yeah.
saying?
So and it's one of those things where we always have the potential, right? And so we're going to go through and we're going to do this through the weekend, and it should really take the edge off. Like it should really take it down several notches. And so even old issues where you have abandonment, like, you know, the story might still be there, but you don't have the agitation or the response that you did before. You can do segments of it from time to time as a tune-up, or I would go through and do the whole segment, but I would do it over and over again several times, because you're going to keep taking it down. Like, even though you feel better, you could still even go past that. You know,
Yeah.
you could feel even better than before. And then there's going to be situations where, you know, you might have some conflict at work or at your family event, and you walk away and go, okay, I handled that well, but I'm still, I know there's probably some agitation there for a bit. And then you go through and you just clean it up. You just keep calming it down. And then what starts to happen is, this sounds really weird, but everything gets a little bit boring, because
Yeah.
the drama of the abandonment thing, when it goes away, all of a sudden people say things and you're just like, yeah.
Yeah, I really feel,
Attention just
yeah.
goes away.
Yeah, it's hard though to see it playing out with others that you love, because, wow, you know. we have
Everybody
tools.
does it. Yeah, everybody does it on a really unconscious level. Like
Yeah.
they're like the people who are doing it, like even that person that made that weird phone call to me, she didn't call up and like go, I'm gonna consciously do this and da 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 da. She was just trying to
Right.
get it.
Right.
It's something that worked for her a lot. And so she was just like, this is my playbook. I'm going to my playbook, going to my playbook. And
Exactly.
you know, this is what I'm gonna do. And then when the playbook didn't work, she was like, I don't have anything in my playbook for this. I don't know what to do.
I'll just
So
carry your business cards to Arizona with me. Kind of wish I could. Thanks a
Yeah.
lot, Greg. Thanks,
Yeah, so
everybody.
you're welcome. Yourself.
And then go ahead, Mary Ann, and then Donita.
I guess I am making progress. However, where I was feeling stuck,
Mhm.
It's involving long history with family dynamics,
Mhm.
and a family that has generations of certain patterns that work.
Mhm.
I broke out of one of the patterns, and as a result, I'm paying a price.
Right.
And it has also to do with my aging. I'm at a point where I will need help soon. And, there's have been events that have brought up a lot of old stuff, some of which was a positive experience, but the negative is very painful. And
Right.
I see the individuals very clearly, and I understand where their pain is coming from. And I have compassion for that. I think in terms of responding, I mean, there is abandonment. I'm just cut out of things.
Right.
And it's not anything that has been directly discussed with me. And even when I bring something up, there's a pretense that it doesn't exist, but it
Mhm.
does.
Mhm.
And I mean, physically, I react. If it was just somebody that didn't matter, it wouldn't matter to me. I mean, it wouldn't be a big deal. But this is a family member that I care about. And I understand their pain, but they've got a pattern where what they're doing is paying off for them in an important way.
Right.
And it's not going to change. And I guess my challenge is not to go back to giving up on myself. I mean, I guess there's a way in which I still,
Yeah.
I think I'm less apt to take it so personally.
That's the key right there.
And
the
that's
point.
what you're giving to me. But I feel, I mean, until I started talking, I felt stuck for the last week. And it just takes over my mind. When I can get beyond and just be in awareness, I'm fine.
Right.
But when my mind starts churning, it's a losing battle.
So a couple of things with what you said is, there are times that even though you reduce that tension of abandonment or the agitation of abandonment, you still might be in a situation where you need the person or you need to stay in the situation. So on one level, what happens is, on one level, it allows you to stay in the situation without taking it personal. Like, you know what I mean? It's just like, okay, I have to
It
deal with
is
this.
personal, though.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
is personal.
but it doesn't cause the trauma. Like you can see that like this is their issue and not my issue, right? And so the issue is that even if they're still doing what they're doing, that you don't have the reaction, and you still might have to engage them. You still might have to do interactions sometimes with people where they're doing things that are potentially like harmful because you're staying in the situation, but you're able to do it without getting triggered and without being like traumatized or upset. And sometimes to minimize the issue, like if you really think about what their motivation is sometimes the motivation is to cause harm. Like
Yeah.
it is like, I'm going to cause harm, so this is what you do. Like early on when you feel that it's starting to happen, go like this and go, this is so upsetting, this is so da 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 da. Verbalize what it is or what they're wanting. Like this is just, it's so upsetting, before you're upset.
Okay.
Like do it way before you're upset.
Yeah.
Like, basically, if that's what they want, and it's something that's not super important. There's this old saying, when it's not important, super flexible. When it's super important, not flexible. And so if they're trying to do a thing where they're like, I want you to know, and you're gonna take the punishment of being abandoned if you don't do what I think or what I say. For one, you're not reacting, and two, you go, oh, this is so upsetting. This is so upsetting. And you're not really upset. They feel they got what they wanted, and they stop taking it and going deeper and deeper with it. Because a lot of times they're agitated too, and they're not going to stop until they get what they're looking for. And if
But
you,
what they're looking for is to turn everybody in the family against me. And
what they're looking for is to hurt you.
yes, to
Yeah.
hurt.
The turning everybody in the family against you is just the behavior, but the root cause is wanting to inflict pain.
It's the way they're defending against their hurt. Is
Right. So
see it.
just acknowledge that it's hurtful. You don't even have to say I'm hurting. Just go, oh, this is so hurtful. A lot of times they,
Totally know that.
yeah, a lot of times okay. I thought this was really ridiculous. Like the Master Choa is the one that told me to do this. And I was like, oh, I don't know. It works like you wouldn't believe.
Okay.
He's like, do it before you're upset, do it before you're angry, do it before you're agitated. Just acknowledge what they're wanting. This is so hurtful. And then you'll notice that they don't go above and beyond trying to cause harm in the other areas because they got what they wanted. As soon as somebody gets what they want, they usually start calming down. So if it's not important, give it to them, at least in theory. Like, oh, this is so hurtful. I watched Master Choa do it one time where the person wanted him to be upset, and he had to cover his mouth because he started laughing. And he was like, this is so upsetting. And he had to keep covering his mouth because he started like chuckling. He's like, oh, this is so upsetting. Oh, so upsetting. This is just, boy, I know I'm going to have to really think about this. And then the person left and he was like, but the person wanted him to be really super upset and angry. And so he just goes, I gave it to him. I didn't react that way, but they wanted me to verbalize that I was upset. So I gave it to them. And so if they're wanting to cause you harm, right off the bat, you just go, oh, this is so hurtful. This is so hurtful. Boy, I'm going to have to process this. I'm going to have to really think. I'm going to have to do some soul searching. And then they walk away and you go, yeah, soul searching, done. Yeah.
Thank you.
I know it's hard in situations. Family is the hardest one out of all of them, by far, because you guys you have a connection that's not like friendship or work where you can just go, yeah, I'm going to walk away from this. Family, even if you walk away, you're still connected, and people sometimes are cooler to their family than they are to other people.
We're connected very much so in a negative way. And, I think that's part of it too, that there is that connection. And to break through it, it's not been easy.
Yeah, I bet.
But thank you for letting me talk about it because.
Yeah. And let's keep talking about it, Marianne. Like this isn't a one-time thing.
No.
Yeah.
Food.
Yeah.
I know, I wish I had had that.
We're at some point, like after we do this weekend, I don't know, a month or two down the line, we'll do a study group in the evening where we go back and we do Q&A and do some of the practices from it and everything. So this is not going to be, we talk about it and then move on. We're going to keep talking about this for a while.
Yeah.
It's a big one. It's a really big one. When I first sent the flyer out, I didn't put abandonment on the flyer. Did we send that one out or not? No. So when I made the flyer up and Samantha started asking me, well, what about this? What about that? And I was just quiet for a second, because like even putting the term abandonment on the flyer, I did that with forgiveness one time and nobody engaged. This was many, many years ago. Nobody engaged. And so I was like, I don't know that I can just say abandonment and have it be okay. And then I started thinking it out, and it's like, abandonment is something usually that happens to us. And so it's like stress, like it's something that people shouldn't maybe be too uncomfortable with. So then I thought, let's just throw it out there. Let's just put the abandonment on the title and call it what it is. Where sometimes, we have a little bit of defense mechanisms where forgiveness might be something that we have to do. Abandonment is something that kind of happens to us. So I was like, I think it can be okay. And so I put it out there, and I would say the response has been one of the biggest for the free events. They're all kind of about the same size and whatever, but this pulled in a lot more people, and it just shows how universal abandonment is. It's really super universal.
And
You know,
as you speak,
think of the Dalai Lama. Here's this great enlightened being, gets kicked out of his home country. Even people within the Buddhist community grind on the Dalai Lama that he should go back to Tibet and die as a martyr. And that's not going to change anything. That's not going to resolve anything. He's much more beneficial for him to be alive in the body and helping to give teachings rather than him go and die and then go away, right? And so here's this great enlightened being, and what is he dealing with all the time? Abandonment.
Yeah.
Even somebody like that, it's not something that just is a few of us. It is literally all of us. You're in a body. You're in a body.
As you speak, I'm realizing that the difficulty I'm experiencing within my family is they feel abandoned by me.
Yeah, if you stepped away, I have a little bit of that
And it's
too.
all about abandonment.
Yeah.
And some people are using it differently.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah. So if you know that that's the case, then maybe that could be not something you have to bring up, but you can compensate maybe in the interactions with them a little bit.
Yeah.
I
mean, I think I've tried in my ways over time to address that.
Yeah.
But maybe now the way I might address it maybe will be clearer.
Right. I think the thing, and this goes like both directions, like when you feel abandoned or when the potential is like that they're feeling abandoned, when you reduce the agitation, it becomes something that you don't have to resolve. So then it makes it easier for you just to meet the needs of the situation. It could be that you give them some compliments, or that you listen to them, or that you don't say something. It's hard to say because it's going to be different all the time.
Right.
But when you don't have that thing that you're trying to resolve, all of a sudden it allows for you to be more present in the situation, and you just go like, yeah, this person's feeling abandoned, so I'm just going to sit and listen to them. Even if it's them just complaining for a little while about other family members, you just go, yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I told you that person's crazy. Yeah, I hear you. You just kind of keep doing it and let them kind of bond with you a little bit. And so the goal is to take away that need to resolve something. Like, when you start looking at it from that point of view, you'd be shocked at how many conversations you have where you're trying to resolve something. Yep. Something that even when you resolve it and you get it resolved, it doesn't really change anything. It changes actually nothing. And it goes back to, you're just increasing and improving your ability to produce a result, or to function, or not have things go crazy. You're able to maintain relationships or situations, whatever it might be.
Thank you so much, because
Yeah, you're so
it
welcome.
was like I got this, but talking to you, I get it on a whole
Yeah.
different level.
Yeah.
So thank you, because I think that's what I needed to.
Yeah. And going back to what we were just saying, like before, you make a shift and then you step back and you go, okay, what just happened?
Yeah.
So a lot of times when we do these like Q&A things, a lot of times we're talking out what just happened so that it starts to register in your brain and you start to like recognize like, oh, that's actually what is starting to happen. Because at first it's just like, oh, I feel a feeling, I feel tension going away. But as you start to talk it out, you start to see this is the way it plays out in my normal everyday life.
Yeah.
This is the way it plays out at work. This is the way it plays out in my family. This is I do this all the time. Like, and if I could take that away, it's a game changer.
Yeah.
It's literally a game changer.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
Think about even in like the business world, how many times that you go, okay, I'm going to take a risk to do something different, and then you're like, you know, part of that drive is, yeah, there might be some financial things, but like anytime you step out of the box, part of the issue of stepping out of the box of your previous behaviors or behaviors of the group or the behaviors of the business, trying something on your own, it always comes back to I might be abandoned by my peers, I might be abandoned by the family, I might be abandoned by the friends, I might be abandoned by the industry. You know, like the story that I had, you know, many years ago, we were doing osteopathic manipulations to treat psychological issues. And I was working with this osteopath up in Northern California. And we were getting really good at treating psychological issues by no dialogue at all. It was strictly manipulation. Like we would, you know, do things on the neck and the back and aligning the hips. You know, we're doing old school osteopathic manipulations. And we were getting so good at it. You know, we were working with a group of psychologists as well, that I started spouting off about we should treat archetypal patterns with manipulation. And we started doing it and it started working. And
Wow.
he freaked out. He like completely freaked out because I started going, let's take this to Carolyn Mace. Let's take this to somebody. Like somebody should be doing something with this. We don't have the background where people are going to listen to us. Let's take it to somebody who's in the field. And he flipped out, and his exact words to me, my peers will think, I'll become a laughing stock with my peers. Like I'll be laughed out of my industry. And I was like, why? And he goes, this is so out of the box. This is so out of the box. I can't do this. Like I can't do it. And he stepped away. He walked away from something that was really, I felt, quite profound. And he was afraid that he was going to be abandoned by his peers for thinking differently.
I can
Just for thinking differently. Yeah.
It's sad.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
It's really interesting how much of our thought processes are not wanting to step away from our peers or not wanting to step away. You know, one of the things that, I mean, I love Imao. Like, I think you guys know that I talk about him all the time, but he cracks me up. Like I'll climb up and I'll see him and I'll go, hey, how you doing? He'll go, you know, I don't know. He goes, I'm alive today. I think I'm going to make it through the day, but I really don't know. I go, how's things been going? He goes, I think they've been good. I'm not sure, but I'm not suffering. So I think they're good. Like, you know, he's just, that's the way he's been ever since I've known him. And like, you know, he doesn't have any of that agitation. And even if it does, it's like it's short-lived. You know, it's really super short-lived. And what a freedom to be able just to do something spontaneous in a situation just because you don't have that agitation. Like, you know, you're not being held hostage anymore.
Yes, I understand that.
Yeah. And he has to deal with politics in his organization, but it's really mild because he just kind of goes with the flow and redirects things, and
Mhm.
he doesn't have that thing that he's needing to resolve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I feel empowered, where last week I was just feeling it, no matter what I did or said, wouldn't make any difference. But
Yeah.
today I feel empowered.
Good. Good. Wait till the end of the day.
Thank you.
You're so welcome, Maria. Always good to see you.
Go ahead, Donita, then Robert.
Hey, Donita.
Hi, Greg. I just
Yeah.
wanted to briefly share. I've been taking Bayloral and Basil internally for weeks now. I actually took it just before the class started, and I didn't have a look at the PDF, so I had no idea we were starting with Bayloral as well. There was so much energy. It was so intense that I felt suddenly very tired, very sleepy, and I was cold. I was freezing.
Mhm.
And I even fell asleep, like I had to prop to keep the bottles from falling.
Right.
I was laying, it was very interesting. And I have a Oura ring that, records my sleep, my activity and stuff. And according to it, I went into a 20 something minutes of light sleep and 16 minutes of deep sleep during this time.
During the process?
Yes.
That's hysterical. So that's happened before. We've had people with Fitbits, and I've had conversations with them, and then they'll look down at their Fitbit and they go, apparently I've been sleeping for the last 25 minutes, but it's because the agitation has calmed down so much. The tiredness is when the agitation goes away. Sometimes the body starts to relax. And sometimes when you make a big shift in your nervous system or in the mental body, you'll kind of go into a little weird sleep that's kind of in between wake and sleep. How you just kind of doze out, but you're kind of aware, but you're kind of not. You'll sometimes can go into that kind of shift. So that you got real tired, that's actually a good sign.
I got tired before I even started sniffing it.
Oh, well, it could be just you felt it coming.
I felt it, but I took it internally. You see, that's the thing. Is I took it about 15 to 20 minutes beforehand. And there was also a lot of energy in the body and uncomfortable, and lots of visionary. Oh, lots of turquoise color. What is that all about? Turquoise, lots of turquoise. In waves and in patterns and
yeah.
nothing, maybe something.
No, there's certain colors, because is it regular turquoise or is it kind of a clear turquoise?
A bit clear, yeah.
That's energy from a higher being.
Oh, lovely. And the cold, I guess I know that when divine energy came in, because in the house was 75, 76, and I had blankets and sweaters. And
it's your body shifting. Yeah.
Okay, well, it was potent, and I'm nicely awake now. And just so you know, my Oura ring, every class we do, I nap apparently. So thank you very much.
The thing with this practice is actually tied to a particular being, and so the mechanisms were something that we put together with the oils. You could do it in different ways. A lot of times it would be handled in ceremony or something of that nature, but all of it would come from this one particular being. And so the energy of that being is tied to this color.
Can we know who is that?
Kuan Yin.
Oh, I know her.
Yeah. In the Buddhist tradition, Chenrezig or Avalokiteshvara, which is Kuan Yin. It's just masculine version of Kuan Yin.
Oh, and me working with the oil that probably enhanced.
Yeah, it's helpful.
Oh, sweet. Wonderful. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
Go ahead, Robert.
Hey, Robert.
Hi, Greg. I knew all along that you build this class as treating abandonment. So it was no surprise, you talked about it. But when I went to print out the PDF last night, it said abandonment, and I started to get triggered.
Yeah.
And then
That's
I
why
read,
I hesitated about even putting it on the booklet. Like I was like,
right. And then I read Individualization of the Soul. It was like, oh, each of us are doing this differently. It's all abandonment, but it's different for every one of us. Oh, we're all in this together. Okay, fine. And I moved on.
yeah. Beautiful. Like you actually got it even intellectually. Like it, yeah, perfect.
Yeah. It
But
was,
it is triggering. Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes, very much. And like Donita was saying, as we finished up this first segment, I started to get cold. Like I'm still wearing an extra layer right now because I'm so cold. And it's 72 degrees in the house. It's not cold.
Right. Right.
So thank you.
You're so welcome.
We had some more shares and questions in the chat as well. That was amazing. Wow. Already a complete shift in my being. Would this process occur with each incarnation in a physical body?
It occurs whenever you're in a body, even if you're not human, even like dogs, cats. Cats, I don't know. that's a cat joke. Cats threaten abandonment. They don't really feel abandonment. Yeah.
At the beginning of this, we were talking specifically about the physical body. That's why I asked the question. So at the beginning, you were talking about when the spirit incarnates.
Oh, yeah. Any time you're in a.
It was master that came in.
Yeah. Even if a master comes in, like a lot of times, what they have to do when they come, not a lot of times, almost every time, you see it best in the Buddhist tradition is they'll isolate for a little while and they'll go in a cave and they do certain practices to temper the body, because then when they come out and they're interacting, the body is their tool rather than always wrestling with it. And so you could say in the situation with Christ, for example, you don't really hear a lot in the first few years of his life, and then all of a sudden he comes out and he's starting to do it. And you could say, yeah, he's preparing, he was growing up, he was, whatever, but a lot of times there are certain practices, even the use of frankincense and gold, frankincense and myrrh is used in a different way, is partially addressing some of these same issues. And so when you look at the situation of Christ, it's very interesting. The esoteric gossip, right? The esoteric gossip, coming from a guru, is that basically the Christ that we know that was born and everything was a great, great disciple. And then those last 3 years of the life of Christ, the planetary Christ came in, boom, right? And so when somebody asked for an explanation of why that was the case, the teacher said it took 29 years to prepare the body to handle the energy of the Christ. So it wasn't just abandonment issues, it was also being able to handle the energy of this great, great being coming in. So no matter what, even great, great beings have to temper the physical body to be able to handle the energy of a great, great soul. And so, we wrestle with it to bring in energy of our soul greater into the physical form. But even a higher being, somebody who's born a teacher, like they don't develop into, Christ is Christ, Padmasambhava is Padmasambhava. Like when they come in, they're born enlightened, right? They're coming in to do a task, not to like evolve. They're coming to do service. And so even then, they still have to go through and temper the body. There's other things that have to be tempered too, but this is a big one, a really big one. Yeah. I'll do a couple here.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
Is there any advantage to actually physically putting it on a location?
Yeah. You can do the same pattern that's on there. Yeah.
Is there another oil that would be
better or
Mm,
this would be?
Yeah, this would
Okay.
like, these are, they're kind of bread and butter oils, and they're actually the best oils to treat this. Like I even looked at, she was asking, is there oils that would work better? I even looked at like making some blends, and I did a couple prototypes, and I was like, yeah, the single oils actually work better. Like, so I really don't need to improve this. So let's just let it be what it is. And so,
So along with that, you can feel abandonment in a joint or a muscle or whatever. If I'm reading like this.
it's not so much that you would feel it in a joint. So she's asking you would feel abandonment in a joint, but your arms and legs are tied to your automatic thinking and behavior. Like when you get triggered by something, like when somebody comes up and they say da 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 da, and you're like, ugh. Like part of that is actually the energy in the arms and the legs. And so if you open up those channels, or if you go through and clean those up when they do it, you just go, yeah, I hear you. Like, you know, you don't have the automatic response. Automatic response just means your brain is not processing it. You're not getting to choose, you're reacting, right? You're based on your conditioning, you're just reacting to something. And so when you are able to calm all that down, you actually have the time to go, oh, I'm going to process this. And then like what I said to that one woman, yeah, I don't think you give good advice. I don't think you have good opinions. So we're not doing this dance. Like, you know, where before I would have gotten defensive, you know, but that had been taken down. So I was like, I don't have to defend anything to this person. This person's not my boss, not my friend, not somebody of influence. It's not something I have to deal with. She's just somebody that has an opinion and wants to punish this other person and wants me to do it, wants me to be an agent for her drive to punish somebody because of, I think it was literally something that happened 10 years prior, right? 10 years. And so I was like, yeah, I'm not participating. And she was like, well, I'm going to tell. And I was like, go ahead. I think I said, you can see what a jerk I am sometimes behind the scenes. I said, your reputation precedes you. They'll take it for what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, so when she sent me the thing saying that she forgave me, like I was like, yeah, I kind of get it. Like I called her on her stuff. She's a psychologist, by the way. Yeah, she used her psychology to quickly dissect people and put them in their place. Yeah, that's why I had no tolerance for her. Nobody would ever stand up to her because she had her degree. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just staring at you. I didn't respond. Trying to make you feel abandoned again. Wait, now I'm gonna go like this.
Thanks, Greg. So when that happened last week with my husband, and I told you he blocked me with one of our employees and said the opposite thing to what I instructed this person who reports to me to do. And I could feel my body like tensing up, like, and the whole night my shoulders just so tense. And now I realize it was that.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And that it really does affect you. It almost feels like it clamps down, like you're, you know, getting ready for a fight. And
yeah, it's exactly. And so like on that, so she was saying she had some issue in the workplace, and her and her husband are running this business, and she said something to an employee and her husband said something different, and you know, it caused a little bit of conflict and everything. And so, you know, so the reaction one is you got triggered, right? Which is super normal, by the way. Like when you get triggered, don't judge yourself, just go, okay, this is something I need to address. Just don't make a big deal of it. Like just something that needs to be addressed. But when you're in a place where you don't feel triggered, then you can go and say like, look, I appreciate you taking care of business, but let's be on the same page about it. And this person, you know, you're able to have some conversation with them, and you just go, let's resolve this so this doesn't happen again. Where when you're triggered, it becomes this weird conflict between people, which is super normal.
yeah, because he got triggered.
Yeah,
And then
everybody
I
gets
got
triggered.
Then he got triggered.
It's a trigger party.
It's terrible.
Yeah. Like a
And
block
from an
party.
employee.
It's a lot like a block party, but it's just about being triggered. So it's just,
As I listen to you and as I listen to the stories and everything, I I feel the need, I actually wrote myself a note that rejection takes you to abandonment.
Oh, yeah. Rejection and
So
abandonment
when
are
you're
just,
rejecting an idea or
Yeah.
somebody saying, no, I'm not gonna, you know,
right.
like, I'm talking family, no,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna be with you, no, I'm not gonna be
Right.
around you, I reject you, whatever. I mean, that's obvious abandonment.
Right.
But like in workplace and things where we're talking about, or friends, like, or you even barely know somebody and they're like, oh, that's just a stupid idea.
Right.
That's just, I reject.
Yeah.
I probably
So-
sometimes feel abandoned just thinking somebody doesn't like me.
Right.
For no reason.
Right. Exactly. And so, like, example, like of what she was saying is like just the act of like, I don't know if I agree with that. That's actually can trigger somebody to go into an abandonment place. So, I always found it very interesting with Master Choa. Like he was just, man, he did nothing random. So when people would say something that you could tell he didn't agree, he'd go, very interesting. And then he'd move on, right? Like he didn't reject it. He didn't embrace it, but he went very interesting. Like he was thinking about it for a minute. He probably was. And then he simply moved on. And so I got to where if I said something to him and he went very interesting, I was like, I got a very interesting. But it's what an elegant way to handle that, to not trigger somebody, because like it be in the workplace or something. Say you're in charge of a bunch of people and people keep coming up with you with ideas. And if you go, no, we're doing this. No, right? Then what happens is you diminish the enthusiasm in the workplace and their ability to problem solve and inspire. If you go, it takes a little bit of extra time at first where you just go, very interesting. Let me think that out a little bit. You haven't said yes and you haven't said no, right? And sometimes people do come up with good ideas. You don't want to stifle that tendency to problem solve. If you let them run amok, sometimes they start doing things that have nothing to do with the goal or the objective. So you don't want to do that. You still have to have people answer to you. So one of the things that you can do is just go, very interesting. Let me think that out. I need to sit with it a little bit. And you don't even have to answer in the moment. Like the thing with Master Choa, he didn't resolve it. He didn't say anything. He just went very interesting. One time I think I heard him say, food for thought. Let me think about that. Food for thought. And it's accepting. He processed it. And if it was something that needed to be addressed, he addressed it. And if it didn't, he didn't directly just go, no. Right? I mean, there are times to say no. It doesn't mean you shouldn't say no. But a lot of times what you want to do is keep the situation harmonious, but keep it on task, especially like in the workplace. In the family, it's that everybody, is being relatively loving to each other. Families, it depends on the dynamic. I mean, some families can maybe be more loving than others, or between certain members, right? But that it's just a harmonious group where you all feel connected. And so, yes, Ilva.
We're trying to find some solution to some gnarly little problem.
Mhm.
I'll start thinking outside of the box.
Yeah.
And I'll sort of preface it, say something and say, well, that's an idea. I don't know if it's a good one.
Yeah.
If it's an idea, what do y'all think? And it opens up a lot more sort of creative discussion when we're just brainstorming, trying to figure out what's the best way to handle this problem.
Right.
The Air Force did a study of who was more effective, male or female officers.
Mm-hmm.
They found that female officers were more effective because they tended to work collaboratively.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah,
Blue,
I would agree
here's
with
what we got to do. How are we going to get this done? The male officers tend to come in. Here's what we're going to do. Here's how we're going to do it.
Right.
It's my way or the highway.
Right.
So everybody who has some idea that's probably better than his, or might be,
Right.
starts throwing, kinks in the way.
Right.
But just, admitting up front, this just because it's an idea doesn't mean it's a good one.
Right. And like, so she brings up a point of like in the workplace, one of the ways that she tries to resolve it, because she's in a business that she has employees, and their business is actually going into situations and basically solving problems in buildings. And so what she'll say is like, okay, I have an idea. What do you guys think? And then they talk it out, and then it may or may not change what she was going to do, but she also gets everybody's information. And part of what it does is it stimulates the enthusiasm and the inspiration in the situation. And then you go through and move forward where everybody has at least been heard or put in their 2 cents. And so, there are different management styles, and that management style, it takes a person, the person in charge has to have a healthy self-esteem, because their idea is not always the best idea. Like sometimes it is the collaboration, sometimes it is the input of one of the workers or the employees or something like that. And you have to be able to say, yeah, I'm gonna let my idea go. I like this idea better. Like not being attached to the idea, and even an attachment to your idea and being able to let it go is still in this arena of abandonment. When you're able to temper that somewhat, you can just go, yeah, I don't have to be the smartest one in the room. I'm just the one making the decision. A good person in charge surrounds themselves with a bunch of smart people so they look smart, right? There's this old saying in politics: policy is set by the people who surrounds the person in charge. It's not the person in charge, it's the people that are in the orbit of that person. And they're going to bounce things off of people, they're going to talk things out, they're going to be influenced by everybody's opinions. And so you have to be clear in what you're going to do and trying to achieve the goal, but able to take in a bunch of different opinions and not stuck that it has to be your way. Yeah.
Could you repeat that? Policy is set what?
By the people that surround you. Yeah. Like if you're around a bunch of people who aren't very good at what they do, the problem solving is going to reflect that. If you're surrounded by a bunch of intelligent people, a lot of times you're bouncing off all these good ideas. It evolves before you have to do the school of hard knocks about it. It's like, you're able to problem solve it before it even becomes, an issue. And so, it takes somebody who can set aside not having things their way because they're not identifying themselves with that. And they're going, the goal is the goal. How we get there is irrelevant. The goal is the goal, right? And so you're able to say, like, I have this idea, it's a starting point. And then somebody else comes up with an idea, it starts to evolve, and then you go, wow, I really like this idea, right? Everybody was contributing, including the person in charge, but still the person in charge has to make the decision and takes the responsibility of the decision. But they don't have to be the smartest one in the room, right? You surround yourself with people that are good and things tend to work out. I've told that story where in my youth, I was surrounded by people who were not nice to me. Let's just say that. And every time I would try to get things done or try to achieve some goal, nothing worked. Nothing worked. And then I got rid of everybody. It's like, if you're around me right now, you probably are a bad choice. So I literally got rid of everybody. The only thing, one person from the best friend from high school is the only one that stuck around. And then, all of a sudden I didn't have friends to talk things out with or bounce things off of or to collaborate with. And guess what happened? Everything started going well. as things started going well, I was like, let's surround myself with better quality people. And that continued. And then when somebody would be like a bad apple, then you could just go, okay, I can be friends with you, but like at a distance, or maybe you need to go away, right? The hardest one to do that with, though, is family. You know, sometimes you really have to draw, you either have to be clear about your interactions with family or draw pretty clear boundaries with people sometimes. Sometimes, not every time, but sometimes. Yeah. Let's, is there a few more?
There's.
Yeah.
Sorry, I know it's a long process, but yeah, there's shares and questions still. So.
Let's do a few more minutes. You had something you wanted to say?
Well, on the back side of that paper.
Yeah.
I thought we were done, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Does this process also help when a financial impact is attached to the abandonment, such as your example of the workplace?
Like given your situation?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Also, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, sometimes financial stresses also, you can look at it through different filter, and it would be abandonment, you know, because it's survival oriented. And so it would still fall into that same category. The story is different.
Financial impact or.
No, it just helps you to do, like, so she's asking, does it stop the financial impact, or it a lot of times allows you to make better choices in the situation? It doesn't necessarily stop the situation, but it allows you to make non-reactive choices. Like, you know, there's an example where, you know, going to one of the businesses that I consult for, and there was an employee that was let go, and they hadn't kept good records, you know, before I'd come in and started helping, they hadn't kept good records. And so this employee that had left claimed that they were owed a bunch of vacation time, an exorbitant amount of vacation time. And there was no records to discount it, right? They weren't entitled to it because they were part-time. And even what the person was claiming, even with the parameters of what was happening before, it was over the top. But the records weren't there. And so, you know, discussing this with the labor board, you know, the company was probably going to win, but it was also going to be a fight. And so it just became easier to say, okay, you know what? We give, you know, $1,500 or $2,000 to this person. It saves us from spending $5 trying to win this fight. Where if you were triggered, you'd go right and wrong. Ugh, I'm going to spend $10,000 to save this $2,000. When you just go, it's a car accident. Honestly, it's a car accident. You know, who's at fault, who's not? Let's just resolve this, make the best fiscal decision that you can, and move on. You know, and the drama lasted less than a week when it could have gone on for a year or two. And so that was worth its weight. And then in the situation, basically what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that you have to give something up. It just allows you to make a good decision, not based on trying to resolve some tension within you. You're just like, go, okay, best case scenario. What do I do? How do I mitigate this situation, keep it from escalating? You know, I've had clients that spent $250,000 fighting over $50,000. You know, it's happened not once, not twice, not 5 times. It's happened a lot. You know, and it became about, what would they say? It's the principle of the matter.
Yes.
It's the agitation of the matter. Like when you really try to just resolve this to make it go away, there might be some damage, but you're able to walk away. Or if you feel you need to fight it all the way to the end, you do it because it's a good fight. Like it's a fight you're going to win, not because I'm feeling agitated. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
It does.
You're doing it for whatever you're doing it for the right reason.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm kind of trying to, you know,
Yeah.
reason that out. So it's
Right,
good
right.
for discernment.
Yeah, it helps with discernment and it helps with proper action.
agitated, as you put it.
Mhm, mhm.
But, so would you go more towards prosperity oils? In terms of the financial mitigation of something?
Yeah, like, so you would go through and you would do the treatment for abandonment, and then do more prosperity or just think and the materialization path.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. Yeah. Because that also helps you resolve things in a different way.
Because for the situation that we're talking about, other people are gonna have dealt with this too, where there's a death, sometimes that person's abandonment was the physical body can't be there any longer.
Right.
But the outcropping of that is your protection is no longer there for me
Right.
with that situation.
Right. Wait, say that again.
So the physical body's gone. So
Right. Person has died.
yeah. So that personality is no longer here to provide protection. It's a different kind of abandonment.
Right.
Because it's interesting, I have been, having a conversation with my husband the other night. I was telling him, I do really miss you. I know you're around and present and aware, but I also miss your protection. I wouldn't be dealing with this if you were physically here.
Right.
I know you're aware of that.
Right.
But this is hard.
Yeah. A big kind of abandonment is when somebody passes. Yeah. Like when Master Cho passed, I felt that I'd had the abandonment thing really calm down. And then I realized maybe when it comes to him, I don't, and I had to treat it for a while. Yeah.
Just, you said that you followed up, treat abandonment, then prosperity, or what was the other?
Materialization processes. Maybe a couple more. And then we'll move on.
Okay, so I'll just kind of try to hit this money for you guys. I saw an image of Jesus on the cross and the words, "Forgive me, forgive them, for they know not what they do," came forward. I can't believe how deep I went. Deep dream state, lost track of where I was. I feel so much lighter now. I did drop the bottle a few times, surprising so soon.
Yeah.
Toward the end, I felt a lot of congestion in the back heart and the ajna. The back heart cleared pretty well with the purva and the ajna less so, but feels clear after moving around.
So ajna is energy of thought. So like thought processes are breaking up and coming out. The back heart is like the sadness that comes from things in the past. Because as you go through and calm down the agitation, you let go of some of the attachments to the ways of thinking and the old events, the old memories and things. And so as you go through and do this, you don't have to relive it, but sometimes out of your energy body, it'll come kind of floating out. And you don't have to do anything. If you just kind of be still, a lot of times it will pass. You can accelerate it by doing some of the other things. And as we do the day, it will be accelerated. But it starts to happen usually pretty quickly.
Feels like I'm struggling a bit to stay present.
Yeah, that can be. Could be expansion, also start to lose control. Like a lot of times when you're starting to step out of the box, you become less sure of how you think, how you feel, and what's going on. That actually seems counterintuitive, but it's better for you, because whenever you're very clear about like what's happening or the thought process or anything, you're still stuck in the sensory thinking of where you're doing it over and over again. When you start breaking out of that pattern, you'll be less sure of it because you're starting to shift and change. And so that can be scary. Like, that can be very, very scary, especially if you have a little bit of a history of past where you had pretty severe consequences for when it happened. And so, there might be a little bit of checking out when it happens. But as we go through and we do the process, the treatment, what we're doing is built in to calm down the system as you're making your shifts.
With Bay Laurel being activating, is there any problem with someone experiencing cancer?
It's not really activating. It's actually calming to the agitation. And no, bay laurel is very good for, I mean, it doesn't treat cancer, but it's good for the lymph nodes. It's good for, you know, any of the agitation that could potentially be there, you know, because even like a severe health issue can cause like abandonment type reactions. But bay laurel is very good for the immune system and fighting on viruses. And anytime there's cancer or tumor growth, even if it's benign, lymph nodes are always not functioning well. Bottom line, like you could say whatever it is, whatever the condition is, but a tumor growth, be it malignant or benign, there's always malfunctioning lymph nodes. So it could be part of the treatment. Yeah.
Earlier, someone was talking about they were taking bay laurel internally. So if you're really having to work the issue strongly, should you?
Yeah, you
do
could.
Gel caps too. And
Yeah.
then,
Yeah, sure. You could do that. And it's also good for your immune system. Like it's treating several things at once. So, yeah.
She was talking about taking bay laurel internally.
Yeah.
Do I understand this correctly? So when we feel abandonment by family members over some issues, we just let it go. From what I remember following your teachings from previous classes. And what I mean is to leave the room and the situation. Right now, I'm not in contact with that person. I don't want to treat them to treat me as a doormat. I just want to forgive, forget, and move on. Am I understanding and following this correctly?
Is there a reason that you need to interact with the person?
Yes.
Calm down the agitation and then try interacting with them the best that you can so that you're not getting triggered. You know, and even if they do things that are obnoxious, it doesn't have quite the harmful impact. You know, you're able to just go as they leave, like, okay, that person's still a jerk, shocking, but okay. So
Rejection is so tied to abandonment for me.
it's the same thing. It's just different verbiage.
Yeah. Thank you for
Yeah.
addressing this.
Yeah. Rejection is just a mechanism of abandonment. Yeah. Okay. The next one's kind of short. Let's squeeze it in because I think it'll also help you to feel a little bit better. It's very soothing. Okay, so the oil that we're going to use here is tarragon. Tarragon is very soothing. It's very good for shock. It's very good for soothing the emotional body. It calms also the digestive tract. If you don't have that, benzoin, neroli, rose. Benzoin, neroli, or rose. We don't have to read the other ones. If they need to, but this one, it can be a little irritating to the skin. So either put it on the palm of your hand or like on a little tissue or something. Like just kind of rub it in. Like if you put it right here on your wrist, it might be a little bit irritating.
One of the things I kept hearing was pain, after Kelly's pain body, conflict between faith and
I'm somewhat
that's kind of what I'm.
in the same vein.
Okay, and because it seems like that's for languaging that what people will understand.
The problem with saying pain is that they engage the story. Like here we're dealing with agitation.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Try the it should be soothing enough. Okay, so I think the discussion is good about this, just so we have understanding. So we took a little extra time doing that, but let's still do a little bit more working the plan. So begin inhaling. Your awareness is between the eyebrows. Long, slow, deep breath with your awareness between the eyebrows. Temples. Your awareness is on the temples. Your throat. The bottom of your throat, the throat minor. Back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. Your cheeks, the bottom of the cheekbones. The jaws where they hinge. Your awareness is on your jaws. Your ears, the holes in your ears. The back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. The lungs. Your front solar plexus. And your back solar plexus. Just be still. Again, inhaling again, same oil, same application. Your awareness is between the eyebrows. Your temples. The throat. The bottom of the throat minor, the little notch between your two collarbones. Your back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. Your cheeks, the bottom of your cheekbones. Your jaws, where they hinge in front of the ears. The ear canals themselves, the holes in your ears. The back heart. Bless you. The lungs. The front solar plexus. Your awareness is on your front solar, the area below your ribs. In your back solar plexus, the mid back area. Awareness is on your back solar plexus, the mid back area. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Begin inhaling, same oil. Your awareness is on the front heart. Your awareness is on the back heart. Your awareness is on the forehead. And the back head. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Let go of everything, just let go. Just be still and let go. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the front heart. Your back heart. Your awareness is on your back heart. Move your awareness to the forehead. And your back head. Just be still. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your back head. Your back head. Move your awareness to your forehead. Your back heart.
Your awareness is on the front heart. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the back head. Your awareness is on your back head. Your forehead. Your awareness is on the forehead. And take a long, slow, deep breath. Your awareness is on the back heart. Your back heart. Your awareness is on your back heart. Your front heart. Just be still, be aware, just let go for a moment. Just let go. Begin inhaling, your awareness is on the heart. Long, slow, deep breaths, your awareness is on the heart. move your awareness to the navel. And the crown, the top of your head. Just let go. Just be still. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the heart. Your awareness is on the navel. In your crown. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Just be still. Notice your body, your emotions, your mind. Let's do that one more time. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the front heart. Your navel. Your awareness is on your navel. Your crown. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Notice your body, your emotions, your mind. Just be still. Just let it incubate. Okay, everybody, go ahead and move your body around, wiggle your fingers, wiggle your toes, just move around. Notice how you feel. Take a moment and write yourself some notes. Just jot some things down. Just journal it a little bit. If you had some insights or you had a shift or something popped in your head, write it down. Sometimes the writing it down helps bring it forth even to a greater degree. You die. Okay, we're going to break for lunch and we're going to come back and we're going to do a bit more. And so it's about 1:30 Central Time. We'll come back at 3 o'clock Central Time. So it gives you an hour and a half break for lunch. And it gives us still enough time to do a couple protocols before the end of the day. Hey everybody, let's go ahead and start coming back. We're going to hit the ground running, so to speak.
Knock this out again.
Working on it.
I'm gonna put a star about our name. to put it on the dump. That's it.
You get a sunshine sticker. And then everybody who's late gets a stormy cloud.
All right, musical doors here.
We need to make sure that door's locked.
Yeah. Yeah, can we lock that door?
We have to go up to the front. desk.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to take?
Yeah, we'll take some shares and some questions just as everybody's getting kind of back together.
I don't think so. Hey, wait, she said.
She said, yep, you do.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, fire.
Like in our 7-year cycles,
Mhm.
does it change at 49 or 50?
49 is the end, and so the 50 is the beginning.
Okay.
Yeah.
We were just at.
Yeah.
No, I don't think that's. Just kidding.
Tell me about.
This is off topic as well, but is there a cure for hiccups?
Cure for hiccups. Hiccups are basically a spasm in the diaphragm. And so holding your breath and then bending over to like touch your toes, a lot of times will do it, but relaxing the diaphragm is the goal. So hyssop could work. Larch can work. Sometimes something like tarragon or anise or anise, however you want to say it, that can also work. And so, yeah.
And then go ahead, Brandy, then Laura.
Hey, Brandy.
Hilariously amazing. That's all I have to say, Greg. Like we were in we were in segment 2, part 2, like between part 2 and part 3, with the situation where I like had to reach out for advice and like I hadn't made any actions yet other than like gathering more information. And so it like just came so clear, like exactly what to say, how to say it, and how to move forward in a different way. Like, cause I didn't want to repeat cycles because like it's the dance, right? Like it's the dance that people unconsciously like. And so I've been trying to figure out how to break the dance, but like still stand for what's right and best for the main person involved. That's the most important. And so anyways, I just thought it was so interesting. By the second segment, literally I had to stop breathing and just start writing everything down because it just became so clear, which is amazing. So thank you.
And you bring up another point. I mean, that's actually a very good point. Even sometimes like when you're having to handle a situation, you're not even dealing with a person, you're dealing with the hypothetical like conflict or the hypothetical potential abandonment, right? And so even your own abandonment might affect your clarity in the situation, and then the issue might affect like the actions that you take. And so when you go through and you address these things, the agitation goes down, clarity is increased, and it becomes easier just to produce the result without having to have this, be it external struggle or internal struggle.
Yeah, that was the thing that was interesting, is that there was not, that was, so I've been getting with like ways to make it not an external struggle through other things, but like it's always an internal struggle. Like I'm constantly battling those old patterns, those old behaviors, and like not knowing how to change the thought. So what was super intriguing or super interesting about this today was like, there was no internal struggle. It like just came super clear. And then I went ahead and sent the information on to one of the parties involved, not the main one, like just to kind of get her like feedback / see if she was on board kind of thing, because there's multiple people involved. And she even questioned it. And I didn't have an internal struggle with that question. Like normally she would have questioned something just, you know, because she's trying to reason it in her mind as well. And what I found super interesting was that there was no internal struggle. Even when someone questioned, I was like, no, this is the right thing. And this is probably the best way to go to do it differently. You know, like, I don't know. It's really interesting because the internal struggle was gone just by those oils. So amazing.
And again, brings up a good point. Like Sometimes when I'll be in a meeting and we'll have like a monthly meeting where we get together and we talk about, what's been going on in one of the businesses or something, not plan product, other things. And so, right off the bat, I'll go, okay, so what are the problems? And people will start telling me problems, but they'll lead with like, they had an interaction with somebody and they'll go, well, there was a difficulty or a complaint or something. And they'll usually start off with, sorry to bring this up, but, and then they say what it is. And, the thing that I keep saying, but it doesn't like always sink in is like, it's not, we're not trying to just avoid like conflicts. And we're always talking about good things. Positive successes help you grow and evolve a business, and difficulties actually help you grow and evolve the business. And so it really, when the agitation is gone, it stops being an either or thing. It's just, what is this situation? How are we going to use this to grow and evolve? And it stops being that like, if somebody has an issue or somebody is complaining about something, then it means there's something that needs to be addressed, and we just go through and address it. But a lot of times when the abandonment issue is really strong, the conflict becomes uncomfortable, right? And so when it gets resolved, conflict stops being a thing. It's just like, yeah, it's good, it's bad. What are we going to do to evolve it to the next step? Because it's a process. When we're struggling with abandonment, we're looking for that place to rest and go, oh, okay, I feel comfortable, I feel safe, I feel whatever it is, and then something comes and pushes you out and you go, okay, here I go again. But when you are operating from that place that's not in that agitated abandonment thing, it's just this process. And if something, you land in a situation and it's good or bad, it doesn't matter, because it's going to evolve to something better regardless if it's good or bad. Even if it's good, it doesn't mean that there's not room for an improvement. Even if it's bad, it's just like, okay, we need to resolve this conflict and take it to the next level. And a lot of times the conflict is more growth than the successes, because you're addressing something that is potentially the stumbling block. And so it's usually never a bad thing. And worst case scenario is every once in a while, it's like, there's not really an issue here. There's just a person who's upset, and they're either upset over something that has nothing to do with the situation, or maybe they're a little bit of a bad apple, and we just figure out like how to handle or manage that person or try to resolve it for them. But there's nothing for the business or the situation to really address. And so it's honestly, it's a game changer. It is literally a game changer. When I first went in and started doing consulting stuff in the corporate world, the emphasis was more on stress. And after listening to so many stories over and over and over again, I was like, the terminology is stress, but the actual issue is abandonment. Stress is mixed in there with it, don't get me wrong. But really what people are calling stress a lot of times is actually abandonment issues. Sometimes what people are calling pain is abandonment issues. It's like you almost, if you start to unwind this, it's almost like you have a decoder ring of what's going on in situations, because you see like some of these root underlying motivating factors that cause a lot of like odd behaviors, or behaviors that they're not odd, they're just not choices, they're just reactions.
Yeah.
It pulls you out of being triggered, it pulls you out of those weird automatic behaviors. And
yeah, it's really interesting to see that. This, I can tell it's a game changer. Thank you. This is like amazing.
Even in pain management, it can cause like upset feelings and, the feeling of not fitting in just because your body's not functioning.
Yeah, that's huge, especially my athletes, because they, right now, any of them that are injured, everyone else is competing. So they're pretty much kicked to the side and kind of doing their own training sessions, 4 hours a day for 5-6 days a week. It's
right.
It's rough. I have one athlete that's hired me basically to virtually go into their gym with them because the coach just doesn't have time. Like that's how the athletes, like, I'm not getting any feedback, I'm not getting anything, and I need to get like further forward. And yeah, so it's interesting that, yeah, that's totally an abandonment situation going on in those cases.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay. You're so welcome.
We
It's
have
always
two
good.
more hands. We want more bigger.
We'll maybe do them in a little. Let's hit the ground running.
I'll remember you guys.
Okay. So we are at the top of page 5, and we're going to the next oil, which is rue. This is directly about conflict. This is directly about conflict and what's the best way of saying this? All the hypotheticals. You know what I mean? Like if I'm abandoned, it means I'll never be loved again. I'll never fit in again. I'll never have friends again. I'll never work again. You know, like all the stories that get generated, all the hypotheticals. This segment is actually tied to that. And so when we look at the mechanics of abandonment, we want to just not reduce the agitation. We want to reduce the agitation several steps, not just the initial agitation. We want to unfold it all the way up into the mental body, right? And so with that, we're going to have you pull out rue. St. John's wort also works for this, but rue is a good solid choice. Very, very solid choice. A lot less expensive than St. John's wort too.
It stinks.
Yeah, it's a medicinal smell. It's like coffee. It's an acquired taste.
Are you gonna?
Let me come up with a couple things. Let me think about it for a second. Yeah. So pull out your rue, and then yeah. Dorothy, can you? Okay. So begin inhaling. Whatever. Your awareness is on your front solar plexus. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Awareness is on your front solar plexus, below your ribs on your upper abdomen. Move your awareness to the back solar plexus. Your spleen on the left-hand side below the ribs. Your navel. Bottom of your tailbone. The soles of your feet. And then just be still. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus. Also deep breaths. Your awareness is on the back solar. Awareness is on the back solar, the mid-back area. Your awareness is on your spleen, the left-hand side below your ribs. Navel. The bottom of the tailbone. The soles of your feet. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Just be still, let go. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. Move your awareness to the spleen, the left-hand side below your ribs. The low back area, opposite your navel, the Ming Men. And the crown, the top of your head. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. Move your awareness to the spleen. Your awareness is on your navel. The bottom of your tailbone. I think I got a little confused there. Where are we at?
Bottom of the tailbone was what you last said.
Okay, let's do a do-over. Yeah, I started going back to something else. Begin inhaling, bottom of your tailbone. Move your awareness to the spleen, left-hand side, below the ribs. The low back area, opposite the navel. In your crown, the top of your head. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Okay, this next part, it's a little bit long. So again, we're going to start inhaling. Your awareness is on the soles of your feet. Your ankles, your knees, your hips, your low spine, your mid spine, your mid back area, your upper spine, the area between your shoulder blades, the bones in your neck, your armpits, your elbows, your wrists, the palms of your hands, the ear canals, just be still, be aware. Just be still. Maintain your stillness and awareness. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the soles of your feet. Long, slow, deep breath. Your awareness is still on the soles of your feet. Move your awareness to the ankles. You're still on the ankles. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the knees. And your hips. Your awareness is on your hips. Just let go for a moment. Just give yourself a break. Just let go. Just let it incubate. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the low spine. Your mid spine, the middle of your back. Awareness is on your upper back, the area between your shoulder blades. the bones in your neck, the cervical spine. Just let it go for a moment. Just give yourself a break. Just let it go. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the armpits. Your elbows. Your wrists. Awareness is on your elbows. Move to your wrists. The palms of your hands. And the ear canals. The holes in your ear. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Let go of everything, just let go. Just be still. Notice how you're feeling, your body, your emotions, your mind. Okay, we're going to do the next step. I'm going to explain it like how to do it first, and then we're going to do it. And then afterwards, we're going to talk about what these 4 steps did. Okay, but I want you to have the experience first. So watch me for a second. You're going to take your bottle. You're going to take your bottle. You're going to hold it to your chest. Right? You're going to hold it to your chest. Then you're going to lower your head. You're going to inhale. You're going to hold your breath. And you're going to move your head up. And then you're going to exhale. Then you're going to hold your breath. Then head down. Hold your breath. Up. Exhale. So each time you do this, like inhale, up, exhale, that's 1, right? That's 1 time. So you're going to do this at least 4 times up to like maybe 8 or 9 times, right? So we're going to do it together. We'll practice it together and then we'll do it on our own, okay? No need to visualize anything. No need to think of anything. You're just doing this, these steps, these mechanics, right? So head down, inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale. Hold your breath, head down, up, exhale. Down, inhale, up, exhale. Down, inhale, up, exhale. Do 4 or 5 more on your own. Just be still. Just be still. Just maintain your stillness. Keep your eyes closed. Just let it incubate. Your oil to your chest again and do about 8 or 9 of this breath. And just be still. Be still, be aware. Just let go. Just let the momentum of what we've done, just let it unfold a little bit. Let's do it one more time. Oil to the chest. Do this 8 or 9 times. Just be still. Keep your eyes closed, just let it incubate. Pay attention to your body, your emotions, your mind. Pay attention to your thoughts. Reflect on some of the situations that had to do with abandonment, either current or from the past. Okay, before we do a little bit of feedback, let me just explain a little bit of what we just did. Okay, so the very first application, if you look at it, it's actually tied to the digestive pattern. It's those energy centers directly impact the digestive system. Now, this has nothing to do with digestion, but think about it like this. If somebody was to walk up to you and have a stick and they were about ready to hit you, what would you do? You would protect the most delicate areas of your body to keep you from being hurt, right? Your body naturally does this. The two places that it protects is the gut and your throat. your gut and your throat. So in your gut, there is, you could say, a neurological response that is tied to a protective mechanism, right? Tied to a protective mechanism. So right off the bat, we're going through and we're calming and soothing this protective mechanism that with prolonged periods of conditioning, abandonment type issues is like usually on red alert, right? It's usually on red alert. Then we go through and we do this pattern of the basic spleen, Mingmen, crown. Now, this is actually a type of transmutation. So what it's doing is it's transmuting the tendency, very specifically because of the oil we're using, it's transmuting the tendency of the automatic behavior, the automatic thinking, right? So it allows you to not have the instinctual response to where you have a little bit of time to cognitively process something, right? Now, the next step where we go through the body, this is actually tied to the next step with your instinctive mind. You'll start to rationalize what's happening, right? You start making up a story, right? So this actually tempers the tendency to rationalize whatever is happening, whatever's going on, right? Now, the next step where we do the breath up and down, you're starting to inhale and move your head up, right? So you're moving the energy from your lower centers up to your higher centers, right? Your higher centers. The act of moving your head up and back down, but with the pause of holding your breath in between, actually starts to stimulate the mental permanent seed, the mental permanent seed. So this is what you would call also the blue pearl. So this is how your body is filled with light. As you start to activate this center, it starts to break down the thought patterns that are in your mental body, and it acts like an antenna to start attracting things in the environment, right? Now, to take it a step further, when the blue, let me talk, hold on. So when you start to activate that center, put your pen down. Put your pen down. Just listen. When you start to activate the blue pearl, right? When you start to activate the blue pearl, it starts to also transform the people around you, right? It starts to transform the people around you. The more your blue pearl is activated, the more the people around you actually become activated. So not only are you breaking the pattern within you, you're starting to break the pattern in the external environment. Right? So another way of saying what I just said is that last step, conflict resolution. Conflict resolution. Right? So this is mechanically being set up one after another, after another, after another, right? And so by the time you reach that last phase, you're not having to use your mental body to try to figure it out. You're actually letting the center that processes information from the higher soul. You're processing information from the higher soul, and the higher soul is acting as the physician for the situation. You don't have to sit and try to figure it out. Your lower mind isn't that smart. Your lower mind isn't that smart. You let the information come in, you let the centers become activated, and then you just let it do what it's supposed to do. You just let it do what it's supposed to do. Very interesting, isn't it? So if you used a different oil, it would actually do something different, right? But here we're using rue, which is very specific for conflict. Very specific for conflict. It's also very specific for hypotheticals. For you to do this through traditional like psychotherapy would take years, maybe decades. might not even be able to pull it off because you never address the agitation in the body. Like here, you're addressing the agitation in the body and you're letting the wiring do what it's supposed to do. Very interesting, isn't it? And this is just a step. Even if you just did this one step, you would actually start to break patterns in surroundings. You would start to break patterns in your world. But you put all these steps together and it produces a very quick result. A lot of times when we do versions of this in the corporate world, I wouldn't use the term abandonment. I would use the term stress. Hard to sell abandonment in the corporate setting. Stress is easy, right? And even if somebody doesn't understand what's happening, it still produces the result. It's not about you getting the academic information and being able to apply it. It's to mechanically do the steps to produce the result. You'll get a better understanding after the fact. Way, way better understanding after the fact. Yeah, very interesting, yeah. Okay, so with that, let's take a little break. We'll still have a little Q&A, but I'm gonna let you process it all for a little bit. Let's come back at 20 after. 20 after. Hey, everybody, let's go ahead and come on back. So let's take a few minutes and just do a little bit of share experiences, Q&A. We'll just do it for a little tiny bit because we still want to fit in one more segment before the end of the day. Yeah.
Do you have?
Wait, hold on. I'm teasing one person about it for this whole session.
You know, you got it. So could you do this with a particular situation?
Okay, so she's asking, can you do this with a particular situation? So here's the thing, like it's, think of it like some situations you unfold, you unwind. This is literally like a light switch. It's either agitated or it's not. It's either on or off. The details of the situation, or if it's pertaining to a situation, for this set of therapeutic steps is not really super relevant. But on the flip side, if you're in a situation and it's getting agitated, then you go through and do it. Like, so you would go back to the situation that you're in with the family. You wouldn't focus on the family stuff. You could sit and reflect on it, but then you would still go through and just do the same steps. Now, if like things were going along fine for like say 5 years and you didn't have any family stuff and you were feeling pretty good, it wasn't agitated, and then all of a sudden, boom, you have this situation happen, and you know, abandonment stuff had been really calmed down, and then the family stuff would happen. You wouldn't again focus on that. You would just go, oh, time for a tune-up, you know, because you're never going to get it to where you're like, I've arrived. You know, I would love it if that happened because I would stay up all night for a week and I've arrived. But all that happens is you get it to a certain point and you go, I feel pretty good. And the underlying, like if you keep searching like deeper, you'll notice that you don't hesitate out of fear a lot of times. You know, there's good fear and there's bad fear. I know that's a weird thing to say, but fear will heighten your awareness in situations so that you don't make a mistake or that you need to fight or run. That is actually can be kind of healthy. Like even if you move forward, you move forward kind of cautiously, right? That is based on there's things in the environment that I have to be careful of. Then there's irrational fear of, if I do this, something bad's going to happen to me. The other shoe's going to drop or somebody's going to come out of nowhere and hurt me, right? That is irrational fear. And so one of the ways that I've explained this in the past is you go out walking to your car, it's midnight, it's completely dark, and there's two guys standing by your car and you're a little bit of afraid. yeah, you should be afraid. There's nobody around and there's two guys standing by your car in pitch black dark. Something's probably up. So you either turn around and go away, you call somebody, you do whatever, but that's probably not a safe situation. Now, 12 hours later, in the middle of the day, it's noon, you're in the parking lot, there's a ton of people, there's a ton of cars, there's a bunch of people walking around, and those two same guys are standing by your car. Probably doesn't have anything to do with you, right? So you walk over to your car and you get in. If you have the fear response, it probably is irrational, right? It's irrational. At nighttime, it was probably pretty right on the money, right? So good fear, bad fear. When there is reason, right? Even if you're not sure, you go, okay, I'm feeling a little bit of a fear response. I'll just be a little bit extra aware and I'll be ready for something bad or negative to happen. And for me, what would happen over a period of time? Nothing would ever happen. There's been times where even now we'll have meetings about, okay, this happened, that happened. What about this? What about that? If this happens, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. And then it ended up being a 2-minute conversation with somebody versus this ongoing fight that was going to go on for months and months. And then we had the meeting and it was just like, no, that was it, right? And so you never completely temper it, but you become more aware of it to where you don't get locked into a behavior where you just can't break out of it. Fear and abandonment have a gravity to it. And when you get locked into the gravity sometimes, you can't break out of it. I mean, you can, but it really takes some effort. The goal is to temper the agitation to a certain extent to where when it happens, you go, oh, I'm going into abandonment again. I can pull out of this. Where when you're really locked into it, it can be done. It's just hard. It can be done though. Once you start to unwind it, even when you're in the heat of it, it becomes easier and easier to treat. Easier and easier to treat. The more you treat it, usually the first couple times you treat it, it's a little bit intense because your body never shuts off that red alert. You know, you have this series of conditioning where you were 3 years old and then this happened, and then 5 years old, this happened, and then 7 years old, and then this happened. And your body went, yeah, I'm gonna go to DEFCON 4, right? I don't know how the numbers go. Is 4 higher or 1? I think 4 is higher. No, lower. 1 is the highest. I don't know. I'm acting like I know what I'm talking about with military jargon. But basically, you know, you go on a certain level of red alert, right? Then you have 15 more experiences. Then your body goes on to an even higher level of red alert. And then you have more, and it goes on to an even higher red alert. And then things are calm for like 5 years. Your body doesn't go, hey, you know what? Everything's calm, everything's stable. Let's lower it down quite a bit. Your body just goes, yeah, let's stay in red alert. It happened one time, so let's never forget, right? Let's never forget, right? And so what happens is you keep going on and on and on, just increasing the level of red alert. And so over a period of time, you actually have to manually go through and re-educate that, or you just spend your life always in red alert. It's just a thing that happens. Yeah, different.
A couple things. One is, you said about the affecting blue pearl.
Mhm.
There's like, it's not just the room, it's the people.
Yeah, it's the people you're interacting with. Good question. So she's saying the thing with the blue pearl, it's not just the people in the room, it's actually the people you're more connected with. Like the thing with the Buddha, like if you see pictures of the Buddha, like you see there's a lot of pictures where there's gold and he has a blue ball like in his forehead somewhat, right? So the thing with the Buddha versus what you would call a bodhisattva. A bodhisattva comes like, which is Kuan Yin. Kuan Yin would be considered a bodhisattva. Kuan Yin is helping humanity through through service, through serving others. In a way, you could say that about Buddha, but Buddha helped humanity by becoming enlightened. And through the activation of his blue pearl, everybody that was in the vicinity, everybody that connects to the Buddha is actually transformed through the activation of his blue pearl. You're actually being illuminated eventually through his activation, actually sets the pattern for you to actually be illuminated at some point. So the Buddha that we know as Shakyamuni, or the person we refer to as the Buddha or the being, it was a really big deal because that was the first Buddha from Earth. There's other Buddhas, but that was the first one from Earth. You should see the alien Buddhas. They're just pure energy with consciousness, right? So the Buddhas that are not of Earth, they refer to as the primordial Buddha or Buddhas. Yeah, they're not aliens with the big eyes and gray going. They're just they're an energy with consciousness. Mm-hmm.
So the other part of that is with all of the stress from COVID, people responding to that. There's a lot of people in that mode of the abandonment and all of that.
I would say it's been the last 2 years incredibly heightened at least in the US society. I would imagine worldwide, but I would say I can only speak for the US through what I've observed. And yeah, it's the conflict in the politics, the conflict with COVID, everybody having to isolate. Like you could just go down the line. Like it's running rampant. Yeah.
Which is why we're glad we have the star shine.
The what?
The star shine.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Yeah. I thought you said starshine, and I was like, what's a starshine? Yes.
Question about if we're gonna either do this work with ourselves or with others, do we always need to start segment 1, 2, 3?
Yeah, so he's asking, right.
Like 1 week, 2
right.
next week?
Perfect question. So he's asking like if you're doing this work with others, or do you always have to do it all together? Can you do different segments? Like how, can you do it out of order? The order like builds on itself. Like one builds for the next one, that builds to the next one, that builds to the next one. But you don't have to do it all in one sitting. When we sit here and we do a weekend, we're firing through and we're doing like a class, but we're doing a class/therapy session, right? We're really learning by doing rather than sitting and talking about it and then going, okay, go home and now apply this. And so we're doing a lot of experiential application. Now, when you go home, you're probably not going to sit for a day and a half and go, okay, let's fire through this process. You probably could do it in a few hours because you don't have me chatting in between, right? But even then, it might be a little much. So you could take a segment at a time, like, take segment 1, the one with Bay Laurel, and you just go, okay, I'm going to sit and do this before I go to bed or in the middle of the day or when I come home from work. And, you could probably do it in like 15 minutes or something. Now, to take it a step further, what happens if you start working with clients or you start working with a family member? Or the patterns make it more effective, more intense, and make it more accelerated, but not everybody's ready for accelerated, and not everybody's going to have the attention span to follow through. I mean, for you guys to be doing this is intense work. This isn't something that's just for people walking off the streets. So a lot of times with something like that, I don't have them follow the patterns. I just have them inhale the Bay Laurel, sit, and so really you could fire through 3 or 4 oils in about 15 minutes. It would have an impact. It wouldn't be quite as intense, but it would still be working towards, and especially if you're working with kids or somebody who's just never done meditation, oils, self-reflection, even those 3 or 4 oils in a row with no pattern might be a little too intense for them. I think of family members or some of my old friends or something like that. You know, I have one friend that we've been talking about this stuff on and off for years, and he's finally like doing it, but he does it like in the shower. Like he, you know, him and his wife, like they put him in the steamer in the shower, and he sits there, and for like 2 minutes, he sits there and inhales it, and like he calls it good after that. He goes, yeah, I don't want to do all that other stuff. I just want to do that. And so he loves that. He says that it helps him to relax at the end of the day, or you know, whenever he's done, and that's where he's at. And so he would never sit through one of these classes, but he would sit and smell it out of a bottle. Even out of the bottle is a little weird for him. Like putting it in the shower makes sense to him, but if I go smell it out of the bottle, he'll go kind of like, why? You know, so people are in different places. And so I always just try to do it for wherever they're at. I don't try to get them to do it like my way. It's just like, if they want to do a pattern, I'll do a pattern. If they don't want to do a pattern, just inhale it. And if like some of the people in my family, even if I said, hey, let's inhale this, that'll make everybody get along a little bit better, they won't even do that. So I put several drops on, and then I stand by them. You're going to inhale this whether you like it or not. Yeah.
To that point, what would you suggest? You know, is there just the hyssop?
Yeah.
Okay. And that will help with conflict resolution.
HESUP keeps the back and forth between people in conflict down to a minimum.
Okay.
Yeah.
Masks really help with that.
Masks, yeah.
Drop some on the mask.
Drops in the mask, yeah.
I mean, we had
I knew where you were going with that, but I was about to make a joke about that.
yeah, it works.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Laura?
yeah, Laura.
Greg, how are you?
I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm well. I have the first question that I have with the Tarragon protocol on the very first one.
Mhm.
It is the only time this has happened today. I couldn't stop yawning. I was clearly releasing energy. So
Yeah.
what was that particular protocol dealing with?
Relaxing the mental body and the upper emotional body.
Relaxing the mental body?
Yeah, it's relaxing, not the right word. Soothing the mind and soothing the emotions.
Okay.
More mind than anything.
And you know, I guess this is what we were supposed to be, but the last one with the Rue, I just, it was one of those drop the bottle kind of things. But yeah, this is a great class. Thank you.
Good. I'm good. Yeah, anytime you're yawning, a couple of things. You're either releasing a bunch of like stagnant energy, low vibrational energy. You could say trauma a little bit, but usually it's just like old, stagnant, stale energy, right? And so for me, it happens a lot after meditation. I'll start stretching a lot, like, you know, how you get the, like when you first wake up, or I'll start yawning a bunch. And then the other thing when you're yawning is your nervous system is shifting from fight flight to rest and repair. And rest and repair is literally where you release issues from. You don't do it in the middle of activity, you do it in the middle of the rest and repair mode. And so you're in the process of releasing things.
Go ahead, Maya.
Hey, Maya.
Hi, Greg. Hi, Sam. How are you?
Hey.
So I have a question and also a feedback.
Okay.
Following on the question of the previous question, she said she was yawning. I actually fell asleep during the, I didn't have the Bay Laurel, so I was using the Palo Santo, and I literally fell asleep probably for an hour, but I don't know why.
Yeah.
And then going through the Rue protocol and the materialization breath, a lot of negative stuff started and images started coming up.
Mhm.
Negative emotions.
Are they unresolved?
Yeah.
It's part of the resolving conflict.
Okay.
You know, so like it's coming up, keep doing that practice. And what happens is it helps you to resolve the situation. Sometimes it might give you inspiration on how to fix it. Sometimes nothing really comes, but you'll notice that the dynamic interacting with that person or situation changes. And sometimes you realize, yeah, I'm tired of doing this dance. I'm not doing it anymore. Like it could be any version of it. Like it's, there's no right or wrong in the situation. There's just like, it helps bring about resolution.
Okay, thank you. And just another question, please, on the materialization breath. I've seen this process or protocol in other classes we've taken, but this one, the steps are a little bit more spelled out. But in other books, like the materialization and prosperity, and also the psychotherapy one, we're asked to hold the image at the heart. Here, we're not. So is this the same application, just with the difference of not holding the goal at the heart?
Right. So in those particular situations, you're holding the goal in the heart to actually focus it on that particular situation. Here, you're just trying to resolve conflict, and it's not really about a particular situation. You're trying to sharpen the skill set to resolving conflict. So no need to visualize, but other than that, it's the same.
Yeah, okay, so it's the same because, so like you hold the breath and then you release and then you inhale and hold. It's okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, same thing. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Go ahead, Barbara.
Hey, Barbara.
Hey there, Team Greg. I had quite an aha during the first part with the tarragon. I've been aware for a while that a part of me seems to be blocking my progress in various areas of my life, including my spiritual path. And I've seen this as not wanting to be in the limelight, not wanting to get too much attention. But what came sharply into focus was that fear of success is just code for fear of abandonment. And it was this incredible realization.
Yeah, like that's the thing is, you know, like when you're struggling for success, you think, oh, when I reach there, everything's going to be a little bit better. Not been my experience. You know, what happens is you become a little bit more of a target. People become a little bit more competitive with you. People also can be better towards you as well. It's not always that everybody gets weird, but you'd be surprised at who ends up being odd with you. You know, it could be family members, could be friends, could be, you know, I used to have this one friend way back in the day, and when I'd bounced something off of him, he tried to talk me out of it. And I was like, oh, I'm right on the money. I'm right on the spot, because he was so predictable when it came to like trying to sabotage me that like I could go, oh, I'm on the right track because it's making him uncomfortable. And so I literally used the interaction with him. I mean, there was other reasons why we were friends, but if we were talking about like, you know, some goal or doing something, he all the time tried to give the direction of making it fall apart. And so success doesn't always mean that everything's going to get better. It just means things get a little bit more complicated.
Yeah, and I
way more complicated.
Truly have underestimated how active that was in the background of just what's going on. And
same with
really
the
stunning.
Same with the spiritual practice, by the way. Like you start to really get your legs under you with your spiritual practice, and even people within the group that you're in, or other people that you meet that might be doing something similar. Some people are very supportive of each other. Some people are very adversarial under the guise of being supportive. You know, it's just, there are some people that are good, there's some people who are just neutral, and then there's some people not so good. And it helps you to be aware of the good, the bad, and the neutral.
It's just such a moment of clarity.
Yeah.
Wow, I had so underestimated how
Yeah.
big a factor that was in just various aspects of my life. Thank you.
Yeah. And you know, the thing too is the more responsibility that you might have in a situation, you know, talking about, like you say, you're in charge of something in a company, or maybe you move from middle management to upper management. The increase in responsibility also is isolating. You know, you don't have as many people that you can talk to. You're not part of the group like everybody else. You have to make decisions that are very different from other people, and it doesn't always translate into everybody's one big happy family, you know. And usually there's a handful of people that no matter what, they're not happy with what you're doing. You know, it's because you've pushed them out of their comfort area. Yeah.
Go ahead, Wendy.
Hey, Wendy.
Hey, Greg. Well, I'm always happy to smell rue because it reminds me of crayons and pencil shavings, and I have very fond feelings about crayons and pencils.
That's super funny.
Which is, you know, really lovely. But the other thing is that, I mean, abandonment has been the whole story of my life one way or another, never in really outward ways, but in inward ways. And it's so pervasive that when I saw that you were going to do this, there was no way I wasn't going to take the class.
Oh, good.
So that's amazing. And what I found after the RU protocol is I'm more comfortable being my own weird self.
Perfect. Yeah.
It's okay. You know, I've been stepping away from the culture in so many ways already. And now that part of me that was sort of looking at the rest of the herd longingly, like, can't I get back?
Right.
It's like, yeah, no, I don't think so. I don't really want to. And now it's okay. I'm just going to do what I'm doing over here. And if you like it, that's nice. And if you don't like it, I don't really care.
Yeah. The thing that's really kind of nice, it's kind of nice, but it's odd. Like, so on one side of it, so I'm going to tie something that you said and something that Barbara said kind of together. So part of it is like you start doing it, and like you said, you feel like you can be yourself, you can express yourself, you can do all those things. And what happens over a period of time, like, yes, you become less agitated when it happens, or the threat of it, because a lot of times what we're dealing with is more the threat of it than really the actual act happens. I mean, the act happens a lot, but there's always just these weird threats or potentials, right? And so over a period of time, it's like, yeah, that doesn't bother me. But then the flip side of it is you also become less motivated to do things out of getting acceptance, and acceptance stops having the value that it used to.
Yes.
And the thing with that is it helps you to also further break out of your patterns and do something innovative or different, because you might not do it, not because there's the threat of abandonment, but you don't want to lose the acceptance. Like, you know, I'm accepting this thing, I'm just gonna let it be status quo, I'm not gonna really do anything. And so acceptance stops being even of that much value. It's like acceptance, abandonment, it all feels the same. It really doesn't matter. Like it really stops being so polarized. And really that's what we're talking about, is we're bringing it together so that it's not as polarized. And really what is in that, as you bring those two opposites together, the thing that comes together is it's expansion. It's expansion of consciousness. It's an expansion of awareness. It's expansion of perception. It's expansion of your action or activity. Like if you really looked at, the class, like the class that we're doing right now, and you stepped back and you looked at it and you said, if I had to boil it down to one word, what would it be? I would say expansion. And if you looked at it from like the planetary cycles, the ones that have had that class, it's Jupiter in action. It is healing, it is prosperity, it was growth, it is literally expansion in consciousness. And so if you look back at the class that we did last weekend with the anxiety class, it's Mercury, right? It's like, no, I take that back. It's Venus. And then the journey within was Saturn. And so we're going Saturn, Venus, Jupiter. The one next weekend for loving kindness, you're breaking down emotional patterns, which means loving kindness is basically breaking down emotional patterns to do acts of goodness for yourself, goodness for others, which harmonizes your environment. That one is actually Mercury, right? It's Mercury. And so even as we're doing the classes, you're still following even the planetary cycles to a certain extent. It's a different viewpoint of it. You know, this is like a much bigger picture. So if you boil down this, it would be expansion. And then next week is actually basically harmony. But it's hard to explain it like that. You really have to kind of go through the processes of doing it. But you see this old alchemical picture of an alchemist, and they have this like little handkerchief like on their shirt, and it's black, red, yellow, and white. And so basically it's the transmutation of the lower centers, and it's moved up high to activate the blue pearl, right? And then if you look closer, they have a little shield and they usually have a little sword, but they have this like hat on, and on the hat there is 7 stars, right? 7 stars. And in those 7 stars, when you go through and you look at the old alchemy books, there are these like 7 like elixirs, right? And it's basically each one of them symbolizes a planetary energy tied to the emotional body that gets transmuted and moved up to the crown, right? Moved up to the crown. When that is done properly, the blue pearl becomes highly, highly activated, and you have the energy of the planets in your mental body. That means you can draw upon any planetary energy regardless of the cycle. You need Mars, you draw upon Mars. You need Jupiter, you draw upon Jupiter. It is the mental body in a highly, highly intuitive state. Highly, highly intuitive. You know, you're stepping out of the parameters of Earth, which is tied to processing your senses. You're going beyond that. You know, so in the old pictures, they would symbolically show that, but the difficulty was they didn't tell you how to do it.
Right.
You know, everything was in code back in the old days, everything. You know, and so, yeah, might have been a little too much information, but can't help it sometimes.
Well, it did occur to me a couple of days ago that abandonment, or the fear of abandonment, is the anchor for the belief in the illusion of separation.
Yeah, that's like another way of saying you know, expansion. You're just saying a different way, but basically, the issue with abandonment is the lack of expansion. And when you temper abandonment, expansion becomes very easy. Because even if you think about in meditation, you have expansion, you're starting to leave your physical body, you start to change, you come back and all your friends don't quite have the same interaction as before. So then you go,
That's right.
do I keep doing this, or do I let it go and just be with my family and friends? And so at some point you have to have a little talk with yourself. I'm going to push forward.
Yeah.
But there's a price to pay.
Yeah.
And then if you don't do it, there's also a price to pay. Then I give up the expansion. Right. And so this allows you to make choices based on what you want or what you're trying to bring in, rather than just reactions.
Right.
Because reactions you're not getting to choose.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
Would the feeling of being abandoned by God be the same or different from what
Same.
we are discussing
Same.
today?
Yeah. Same. You know how that happens? You come into a physical form. Literally. There, in every one of us, there's a little bit of abandonment from God. Because you're now in a situation where you're not experiencing the oneness that you did prior, and you're in the world of forms, and there's a little bit of a disconnect, right? Disconnect from the higher soul, disconnect from God. You know, there was this really cute little video that floated around, I don't know, like 10 years ago or something. And it was these parents, and they had a little baby monitor on their newborn, and they had a child that was about like 4 or 5 years old. And so at the time, the older child said, I want to go spend time with the baby, but I don't want anybody in there with me. I always just want to go talk to the baby by myself. And the parents were like, oh, this is a little weird. You know, they had the baby monitor though, but they were like, what's the deal? Like, this is a little weird. They didn't know what the child wanted to do. And so they left the baby monitor on, and, you know, the child went in and shut the door. And then the child went over to the little baby and said, tell me about God. I'm starting to forget. Like, that's how soon it starts. Like, you're a little kid and you have the connection, but you're in the form for a little bit. And then it starts to fade away and fade away. And then you turn 7 or 8 and the mental body starts to develop and you get a little bit farther away. And then at some point you go, okay, I'm going to make the journey back. So, there's different stories in the different traditions, basically like the version of the prodigal son or something like that, where the son or the child leaves, spends time in the world, and then makes his way back to the house or to the father or whatever. This is the journey of the incarnated soul in the world, making its way back to the higher soul, right? So at some point when the higher soul, or when the prodigal son or the incarnated soul comes back to the higher soul, pretty much regardless of how that incarnated soul behaved while it was in form, it's welcomed back by the higher soul. So this is that union again. But just the act of the higher soul investing a piece of itself down into the form, abandonment's already starting. It's already starting. You know, there's already a little bit of separation. It's what makes the higher soul develop, but still there's a little bit of separation. So very perceptive question, by the way.
Does activating your blue pearl heal, still have the potential to heal and resolve ancestral karma or patterns?
Yeah, it goes back to like, well, karmas are one thing. Genetic karma, a debt's a debt, to be blunt. At least that's my understanding.
What?
A debt is a debt.
Debt is a debt.
Yeah. But as far as breaking patterns, let's be very clear about something. People talk about genetic like patterns that they inherit. If you came into a body and had no patterns whatsoever, in a little bit of time, you'd create your own patterns. The issue is not trying to resolve where you got burned. The issue is resolving that you got burned. like the burn itself. How the burn got there is not as important as you would think, right? So how I got there is not the issue, it's that it's there. So regardless of how it got there, it needs to be unwound, right? If you came in a completely sterile situation, you would have just created the same kind of emotional patterns. Well, you would, not the same, but you would have created your own emotional patterns. There's something a little bit more to say about that, but it might be a little too intense to say, but emotions aren't necessarily what you think they are. So we'll just leave it at that for right now.
Someone shared. Thank you. I feel like I cleansed inside and out, so light and peaceful. Greg said, yawning is when the nervous system is shifting from fight, flight to rest and repair mode. And rest and repair mode is when you are, oh, I see the answer, releasing. Yeah.
Okay.
Great, thanks.
Perfect timing. So let's do the top of page 7. Top of page 7. And we're going to do the last one for the day. And this is with your hyssop.
Is there a certain form of hyssop?
No, any of the hyssops will work except, I mean, even Solomon's hyssop would work as well, but just plain hyssop would work better. Like Bulgarian, Spanish, Croatian, it doesn't matter. It's just any of the hyssop supreme.
One that Daniel
Why
used.
not Solomon?
What's that?
Why not Solomon?
Yeah, Solomon's a blend of a bunch of other things. Yeah.
Oh, not just
Right,
hyssop.
right.
Whereas okay.
Yeah.
Which hyssop is
It still
Daniel?
kind of works. Like it's still, but the plain hyssop works better. What's that?
Hyssop is Daniel the one alleged to use?
What's that?
Which hyssop was Daniel alleged to use?
Oh, like I don't know that they said
Daniel
what,
alleged it,
right?
whatever.
They didn't really say which one, which origin. Yeah.
Is there a best hyssop?
No, just any hyssop. Yeah.
One of your salts is the Solomon.
Yeah, that's a blend of, like it's got lavender and fennel and rue and all kinds of things.
Hyssop supreme is great.
Mhm. Okay, so you're going to begin inhaling. Your awareness is between your eyebrows. Move your awareness to the temples. Your throat. The bottom part of your throat. The back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. The cheeks, the bottom of the cheekbones. The jaws where they hinge in front of the ears. The ears, the ear minors. The back heart. The lungs. Your awareness is on the lungs. Your front solar, below your ribs, on your upper abdomen. Your front solar plexus, your awareness is still in your front solar plexus. And your back solar plexus. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Just let go. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is between the eyebrows. your temples, your throat, the bottom of your throat, the throat minor, the back throat, the middle of the back of your neck, the cheeks, the bottom of the cheekbones, the jaws where they hinge in front of the ears, the ear minors, the ear canals, the back heart, the lungs, the front solar, the back solar, just be still, be aware, just let go. Just be still. Begin inhaling, your awareness is on the brain. Your lungs. Your liver on the right-hand side below your ribs. Move your awareness a little bit more to the midline, slightly off to the right, still below your ribs. Like in this area, like about this area, but below your ribs. Right there. Your kidneys. Your spleen on the left-hand side below the ribs. Your navel. An inch and a half below your navel. The bottom of the tailbone. And just be still, be aware, just let go. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the brain. Your lungs. The liver, the right-hand side below your ribs. You're moving your awareness a little bit to the midline, slightly off the right, still below the ribs. Your kidneys, the spleen on the left-hand side below the ribs. Your navel, an inch and a half below your navel. The bottom of your tailbone. Just be still. Be still, be aware. Just be still. Maintain your stillness and awareness. Just maintain your stillness and awareness. Just let it incubate. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the front heart. Move your awareness to the back heart. The top of your head, the crown. Awareness is on the crown. Move your awareness to the front solar. Your back solar. Just give yourself a break for a moment. Just let go. Just let it go for a moment. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the throat. Your back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. Your back head. The area between your eyebrows. the bottom of your tailbone. The soles of your feet. Just be still, be aware. Just maintain your stillness. Just let it incubate. Maintain your stillness. Just be still. Maintain your stillness. I'm just gonna jack this up a little bit, right? Just maintain your stillness. Om Mani Padme. Om. Om. Mani. Padme. Om. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the front heart. The back heart. The crown. The front solar, the area below your ribs. The back solar plexus, the mid back area. Just let go. Just let go for a moment. Just give yourself a break for a moment. Your throat, inhale. Your back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. the back head. The area between your eyebrows. The bottom of the tailbone. The soles of your feet. Just be still and be aware. Just let go. Just be still. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your heart. Your navel. And your crown. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the heart. Your awareness is your navel. Your awareness is on your navel. Your crown. The top of your head, the crown. Just let go. Just let go. Reflect on the situations that you did at the beginning of the day. The situations where there was abandonment or the threat of abandonment, some sort of conflict. Just reflect on those. Once you jot yourself down some notes, if you had a realization or just your perceptions as they are now. How you doing, Duffy? You look like you're contemplating something. Yeah. Hmm. Okay, we are going to break for the night and come back at 10 in the morning. And we still have 4 more segments to go. You know, in the front of the book, we did something a little bit different this time. Is the oils that we used for this class. We also gave you like in-depth information about what each one of them does, just for the sake of like encyclopedia kind of information, so that if you want to use the oils for other things, you can, and you can have a deeper understanding of that. And so that's something you can just kind of play with and look at sometime at your own time. And we'll be talking about the plant empowerment component of it with each of the plants on the Tuesday night study groups. And so, you know, the study groups are free. I encourage you to join us like that. It'll help strengthen the effects of the plants. And I also want to remind you, tomorrow we break at noon for lunch. And we'll be doing the Astara Sunday session. And tomorrow we're going to do something for the Ukraine-Russian conflict. You know, it's going to be a little bit different than the normal Sunday session. And we're going to, you know, bless that situation just to minimize conflict in that area of the world. And so join us if you can. We'll supply you with the link tomorrow when we go for lunch. should only take about 30 minutes or so. I'm going to do the whole thing. Usually I share it with Reverend Tammy, but I'm going to do the whole situation because I would like to do something for that conflict. And so we will see you at 10 a.m. Central Time.